for Iron God session 20. Hopefully,
Ooh,
with a
20.
Nice... No, Tim, you've done so well.
XX.
Don't forget Craig.
Oh, yes, don't forget Craig. We'll get Craig in a minute.
God damn it.
Trying to get all my shit connected.
Stupid Craig.
I want to check. So we have a nice new overlay,
wow.
which should actually be working. Hopefully, if you look at the Twitch, you'll see it. It will have...
That's disturbing. I'm too big. People can actually recognize me.
No, I made the whole super large so people can see your face.
That's just what I needed, a larger hole.
Everybody does. Everybody does, dude. Everyone does. There we go.
It's just the fun of getting there.
Buligup is very suggestive, just saying.
Hey, it's just a goddamn frog, Bill.
Nature finds a way.
Well, that's pretty big.
What's big? You're looking big there, Tim.
Buligup.
Buligup is large, yes. Tim's hand is covering Tim's... Oh, are you focusing that?
Yeah.
So that's the one for chat, and then you've got a separate one for actually doing the map.
It's so cute. Yes.
Do you want to see the tactical? Do you want to see tactical?
Sure.
Sure.
Here we go. I now have chat. I now have chat and tactical. Let's see if it works.
See how many minutes this takes to switch.
It's probably like 30 seconds behind.
It's just like a Klingon bridge or something.
There you go.
Tactical. How's that?
I got to recenter myself a little bit for on the tactical, apparently.
Are you off to the side a bit? I might be able to move you. Hold on. Hang on. Are you off a little bit?
I did. Let me move my camera back to the inch.
He's always off a little bit, unless you're talking the video.
It's always a wee bit off. It's good enough. It's better. It would be non-traditional to not see your left ear the entire thing, right?
True. That's why I've got the big head.
Yeah, but I think I need to file a harassment suit against Buligup. His tongue is like in my ear and both of the views. So disturbing.
Nature finds a way.
That's right, man.
So,
and he does have reach.
Now, we've got all of that social media guff that you can follow us on. We hardly recommend the Discord, where we will be recording our adult drinking throughout this session, except for Tim, who will be recording his non-adult drinking. Tim?
Yes.
Tim, are you not 21?
What?
Tim's a good boy.
Oh, that's even rare.
No, it's really rare. Super rare.
I do this to kill COVID. Just saying.
No, I haven't had any alcohol in about 5 years now.
Good work there, Tim. Good work. After that incident with the clown and the boner. Ooh, Hawk, I need bourbon to subscribe.
How? So
you got a spinning die for your
COVID beer. This one right here. Well, not 14 or brewing, but Breckenridge Brewery donated beers to the residents. I don't know how, and so like you can't give them to the actual university hospital. For obvious reasons. But
I don't understand why not.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, what do you mean obvious reasons?
Off at a resident's house and like had a rep hand it out to residents as they came over there to pick it up with their mask, and hardly anybody came to get them. So Evan got 2 packs of their strawberry sky, and he's been working through it. So I'm stealing the last 3 because I think they're pretty tasty. Nice. So, but it was really cool that they did that. A lot of people have been super nice, and they've been like, "Yeah, we know that the residents are all broke and they're all losing their moonlighting shifts, so
they're all broke,
donating meals and stuff." And it's like, "Thank you." So, yay!
Yeah, hey, the Discord channel.
So kind to like frontliners. Woohoo!
Yeah, shout out to all the healthcare workers and frontliners and essential employees, essentially.
Essential employees. So, in addition to everything else, on the Twitch, I'm getting echo.
Not I.
Not me either.
Anita's the only one not on headphones.
Let's see.
I don't hear echo from anybody.
I don't hear it from anybody. It might just be a howl.
It's possible.
Is it only?
Did you not mute your Twitch?
Does somebody have Twitch going with volume 2?
I'm fire. I think I.
And for those of you who are on the Discord channel, there are ways to use the exclamation point beer to identify what drink you're having. So we already have.
Or if it's not a beer, you can do exclamation point cheers and have something else.
True. I have Bell's Hop Slam going and Bell's Oberon going. Going
Two
light
beers.
tonight.
Are you double fisting beers tonight?
Well, yeah, I got 2 hands, right?
I figured it out. It was my moderator window in the background that had just fired up the actual stream.
Okay, cool.
Hey,
Because,
how
as well as running it, I have to moderate everything and run it and make sure it's pretty for everyone. And Tim.
the composite bow, does that use dex or does that use strength?
It uses dex to hit and
Strength for damage.
it uses it straight up damage, and if it's a composite bow with any kind of bonus, it uses just straight damage.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Everything ranged is
I'm definitely not hitting anything with that bow.
Greetings and salutations, AJS 11019.
Hello.
Greetings
sounds like-
and salutations.
That sounds like FBI Witness Protection Program name right there. That's
No, that's right. It's got it switched around with the code they were using. It's your new name. Oh, what else am I going to say? At the bottom of the screen, there are channel points. Channel points you get for watching the channel and interacting with the channel and doing things to the channel. You can also spend the channel points to do stuff. There's standard stuff that Twitch lets you do, and there's a few things that we've added, like making us take a drink, making us down a drink, forcing us to have a random encounter, of which you can only do 1 per session because it could get bad. So I limited that to 1 per session. But if you can get to enough points, you can actually force a random encounter on the characters, which they'd like a lot, I'm sure.
yeah. Like, what side are you all people on?
So,
Hal's or ours?
Is it legit for me to spend my gold pieces on random encounters if I want to level faster?
I mean, I guess you can. I mean, you probably got a bunch because you've been subscribed for so long.
I've got about 13.5K.
That's, oh, good God. And that's just for this channel, right? Because you've been on it all this time.
Oh, goodness. I officially have 2.9K. Hooray!
But you get more for when you comment and you subscribe and interact.
Do all that stuff. Weirdly, you don't get any for bits, right? Oh, we also have new bit icons.
Whoa. What does things bits have anything to do with this? Don't.
We have new bit icons. We have new emotes for people who subscribe. There's a bunch of stuff. I've been fiddling with Twitch this week just to make it pretty. Not that we use it all that much for anything other than recording, but I figured while we're here, it might as well look nice. And while I was doing the overlay, I might as well do some sprucing.
Sweet. I like it.
I like it too. I quite like the rusty stuff, and it's a bit cleaner than the old one was. Apparently, my robot in my other room is talking to me.
What did it just say?
Skynet uplink initiated.
Yeah, that's basically what it said.
HK mode activated.
It said, do, please charge Roomba, is what it said.
Nice. So
Roomba.
my sister decided that she needed a vinyl machine to like cut vinyl stickers. And so she's been making tons of them. And I have her making me an umbrella corporation thing.
Nice.
And I stole the idea because I saw a car the other day in Colorado Springs. It had a big magnet on the side of it that said Umbrella Corporation. And I was like honking at him. And I was like, that is the coolest thing ever.
Like from Resident Evil?
Oh, yeah.
Have you seen how close
that
that
is
is
very
to?
Appropriate for right now.
Did you see how close that logo is to Wuhan's research lab? The only thing different is the color.
Oh,
I sent that to work and people shit their pants. They're like, and Corona is an anagram for Raccoon City, which is where the outbreak happens in Resident Evil.
So what you're saying is if I get COVID, I could become an immortal killing machine?
That would be kind of sweet, though.
Hey, go big or go home, right?
I think that's what video games have been telling us. Yes.
I mean, if it's either becoming a bizarre skinless thing or Mila Jovovich, that's almost worth risking about,
But what I do know is that I have like 3 days to finish Resident Evil 3. Because
why?
Because Evan got the game, and I I can't take the PlayStation with me to play it in
Busted.
Houston. So either I'm gonna have to sneak out of Denver with it, which is not gonna be easy. It's gonna be like searching for it.
Dun, 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 dun.
So yeah, so I have 3 days to try and finish that game. I may not sleep.
Well,
mean,
because of how much you play, or because you're susceptible to nightmares?
Anyway, so ooh, excuse me. Yeah.
Awesome.
So let's get this party started.
Right. Let's do the.
Hey Tim, do you have a haiku to summarize last week's session?
I have some more haikus, but
Yes.
Give us one, Tim, in character voice.
you know, I was saying like Squidward, like talking.
That's fine. I would love to hear that.
No, I'm saving my haikus for later.
Okay, sounds good. So who would somebody like to do a overview of last time?
I don't think I have. Anyways, I don't think I have a haiku that summarizes the last session.
Anyone?
Let's see.
Someone
Last
remember?
session, we decided to take down the lovely bird food ex-smiler that was menacing the Steelhawks. He was held up in his current fortress, the what was it? Hawk Palace, I believe.
Palace.
And we tried to sneak in and found the broom cupboard on the outside, and then we decided to go up the stairs.
The cupboard. It's true.
To where the orcs were waiting to fight us mightily, and we kicked their butts, and we ended up blinding and kicking.
So much better, man! I had such good ideas.
We tried to stealth our way in, but that kind of failed. It looked like there was just a single direct way in that we could perceive. So,
Well,
we
and you're
did
the only
the,
one good at stealth.
yeah.
Oh, I do have Hal. I do have the haiku that summarizes last session.
Oh, hang on, Tim. Give us a second. Say hi.
Hi.
Leah says hello.
Hi.
Cat's trying to-
I love you.
Leah also says that her idea to widen the openings was a brilliant and awesome idea, and it's so much nicer to see people's faces rather than the subtle hint of a face.
Watch now. You ready? Ready for this?
Oh, look at you.
Drum roll.
Aren't you fancy?
Isn't that great?
You're fucking fancy.
I know. It's just fucking fancy. man.
That's high tech shit right there.
What?
Right? Woo!
Very, very cool.
Hey, kids. Everyone has to take a drink. Somebody just redeemed some bits. Redeemed some
Thank you so
pieces.
much.
Chin chin. Tim, you need
Chin
some
chin.
water.
Man, I gotta remember people to
Oh.
do that.
Wait a
Tell
minute.
everyone-
Wait a minute. It was Tim that told us to drink. That bastard. He's not drinking.
1 second.
Always- No.
The betrayal.
That means we're gonna have to have a whiskey night sometime.
Right.
Look forward to it. Hi, random internet person.
I think I finished all my whiskey. The only thing I have left is, I think, like that. I have American honey, which is like,
Wait,
and then
all your
Holy
whiskey,
shit, look at both of our faces can fit.
like whiskey and backup whiskey and everything.
backup whiskey. Well, I had to drink everything down because I wasn't going to take a liquor stash to
jeez.
Houston with me.
I've heard that kind of freaking
Going to
excuse
create
before.
a new liquor stash in Houston. So,
House flame frozen.
Ew. God, I was grossed out.
That's a serious emoji game going on over there.
Oh, and remember, everybody on
Yay!
Twitch, you can go in and rewatch these, and you can create your own clips and gifs of Hal and things
That's true.
from scenes like that.
Is it a GIF or is it a GIF? It's never not going to be a GIF. You know that, right?
I think I found something I'm going to lose at least 4 hours to.
No, I'm
Oh,
intrigued. What is that
Hunting
actually?
down the perfect clip of Hal.
This one-
I remember that
Well-
freeze face you had one time that was really dumb. Oh man. Yes, we gotta find. There you go. There you go. Insert penis there.
Put the lower right hand corner Brazzers logo.
Hot dogs flying in bait.
Hot dogs. Yeah.
Good lord.
Brazzers. Then there's of course those.
Oh god. This is gonna get bad.
We just need to find the I wanted to say trash palace, the scrap wall version of the that stripper delivery service bar, you know.
Listen to the nonsense.
Exactly.
You do as many random encounters as you want, and then you guilt him into making it happen. First session. That's some shit right there. Nah, man. That you better get 10.
It's crazy. There's undead gnolls that are riding a Tarrasque. It's crazy.
Oh, you should see the Numenarian encounters, random encounters table they have in the.
I know they're
setting
brutal.
book. It's
Brutal. It could be TPK if you roll, well, good or bad, depending on what side of the screwing us side you're on.
That's why I think scrap wall's essentially a safe place, because it's more like, you know, random gang members probably and a crazy wyvern rather than, you know, gray goo that dissolves you and technically members.
This could be like Might and Magic where
Exactly.
you're 20th level. Oh, the random bandits in the forest are 20th level too, is craziness would have, and you know.
I'm just gonna drop my one piece of sense in here. If anyone listens to that one random encounter rule ever, like, you shouldn't. Okay, just do at least 10 from here on out, every time.
It's hard coded.
Don't let Hal tell you what to do.
Hard coded.
Hard coded. The problem is though is that
you make a new account.
that we'll be going into an encounter thinking that there
only one for the whole stream from anyone.
Yeah, but we'll go into an encounter. The book will be 5th level, but we'll be 20th. You know.
All likes rules. Gelatinous cube swarm.
Oh god.
Nice. Maybe I should let them pick what it is. No, that would be a bad idea.
God,
The Tarrasque.
no idea.
We should have a random table. We should make a random table. Then I'll put it into Roll20, and they can roll on that.
You do have the.
I think I can make Streamlabs do rolls, right? Or something similar.
Yeah, I think so, because you can do polls and stuff there. And
but it can't interface with Roll20 directly, I don't think, because you'd have to be a allowed member into the game, you know.
But I can make the rolls can happen on the chat for Twitch.
Oh yeah, sure. Druid Cavaliers riding on a rust beast. That's cool.
Nice. Like rust monsters.
That's right.
I don't rely on too much metal, at least.
Make a table. One in 100% chance of an ancient red dragon.
Yeah.
You can run, right? You can always run.
So how did we stop by resting after we talked to the?
You did not. We just literally continued talking, and then we finished.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we were getting ready to rest because they were going to let us rest in the
building. Yeah. Okay.
You can rest in either the gatehouse or in Hawk Palace now. They've taken it back.
Yeah, we thought about Hawk Palace where there was that one balcony exit out the back, just in case we had to, you know, exit stage left. Yeah. Well, you know, who knows? This place could get stormed by God knows who, pissed off that, you know, bird food is worm food hanging out the balcony with a iron spike through his skull, you know, whatever.
He couldn't defend himself well enough. He got what comes to you, you know.
There's some scrap worth there, but also it sent the message.
I love how we were all turned into like badass gangsters all of a sudden. It's super funny.
The Bloods and the Crips. Yo.
Hey, blinding people is my new favorite thing.
That was awesome. Made that dude like useless, literally.
Yeah, that was
It's one of those. If you fail the save, it's horrible. But it's the it's a fortitude save, so fighters are the worst case for it.
But your save's pretty high.
Oh, well, yeah, because I'm really smart. But,
Right. I mean, it's a crippler for combat. Thankfully, you can't learn many.
True. Not yet.
Just give him a beholder. He can't blind that.
No, but I could. I could get a wand of blind.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Probably not.
A wand of blindness, deafness sounds like a terrible waste of money.
Yeah. What do? I cast blindness on him for the next 10 rounds.
Right?
How it works.
He's got
Yeah.
he's got
We
a
have two, one in each hand.
that was what is
One
it?
for blind and one for deaf.
Adaluk from the Circle of Eight was the wand guy, wasn't he? He was the guy that had a wand
Yeah.
in each hand.
I just really need to make a revolver frame for him. So,
My God, a
Gatling fashion.
a
Yeah.
6-chamber that has a wand in each chamber. You spin it. That's awesome.
Sleeping mask of
And playing
blindness
around
deafness
with
sounds like a great idea.
What I love is at this level I get blindness, deafness. I have to get the next level of spell to be able to do remove blindness, deafness.
That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it?
Well, it's easier to do damage than do it, but it is a necromantic curse, so break curse and all that will do it too. But eventually,
So, are we staying at the Scrap Hall Palace or the at the front gate?
Where are you staying, Tim?
I was just starting the conversation.
No,
We
I
dis-
was just asking.
We discussed staying at the Hawk Palace simply because we have a lot of mooks that would raise an alarm, or at least we would hear if the place was stormed.
The Steelhawks also look after the gate, so they would be there as well.
yeah, I assume they're not going to completely abandon it.
Oh, it's one of their jobs was looking after the gate.
All right, so I don't know if we have a little partying and a little celebration, drink some ales and all that to get rid of some of the orc food and orc beds, and I don't know if Thing has prestidigitation or anything like that to do a sweeping. Let's clean the fleas out of the orc beds and clean things up for them real quick. I don't know if you can do that.
I don't know how clean these people actually like things, but
They probably don't want orc beds, I would imagine.
well, true. I could probably clean those up a little bit for them. Yeah.
They were originally Steelhawk beds that orcs have been sleeping in.
Right, but
So you're going to use some... I mean, they smell bad. Prestidigitation will clean it. Drink again, people. And gin for
Cheers.
Cheers.
This is gonna get interesting.
I'm glad I didn't grab the bottle of whiskey.
Right. Partly why I started on wine.
Started.
Very
I'm just
useful for
saying.
disease prevention. I approve.
So, where are you staying? Hawk Palace? You're going to help them clean up a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah, allies are allies, right?
Yeah. Do
Right.
it.
I would also like to, since we're probably not getting attacked tonight, I'm just going to bet. I will use use up my make hole on another one of the pistols we have from the Smilers.
No. No one wants to hear you woofing. I don't want to hear you woofing. Hang on. Juniper wants out. Out you go.
Everybody, Juniper wants out.
Go woof outside. Oh, Turiel wants out. Turiel, go woof outside.
Big
He's such a big dog. I know, I miss
He's a
that
monster.
dog.
He's a monster. Hey, if you get the right levels of these gold bit things, you'll actually get a Weasley emoji or a Ruby emoji. Which I
Ooh.
made. And then I'll do a Tyrael one and everything else. There's some dragon ones in there too. It's all good. Trying to make the world
Yeah,
a
so
better
I wanna-
place.
But yeah, we
Pointless digital tat.
Oh, and Hal, I just noticed I still don't see Craig on the list.
Oh, that's because I never started him, because everybody hates him, because he's kind of creepy.
He is, but I'm kind of down with creepy occasionally.
Yeah, I'm a creepy Craig. You want me to start, Craig? Is that what you're telling me? I guess it's good to have a backup just in case everything is destroyed.
It's like
Here we
my friend
go.
Cricket did a great pole dance with a like the girl from the ring crawl thing going on. And
Nice.
That's creepy. Yep.
You have a friend called Cricket.
yeah,
Nice. Hold on. Here we go. Here comes the most important party member.
Now recording.
There he is. Hello, Craig.
Ooh. Hello, Craig.
There.
He's
Hi,
interfaced
Craig.
with Hal's Roomba to kill him slowly.
Probably true. Yeah, Craig reaches out of the internet and tries to get my Roomba to kill me. Super nice. Yeah.
Do you want to play a game?
Oh man, that's bad.
Yeah.
You got to do something about that, Hal.
Right? Oh, before we get really into it, it is May the 1st. Everyone should go and listen to the Traveler recordings that are on the website because travel is awesome.
Whee!
it is.
Includes you, Tim. Also, I'd like to say that the Warts and All Traveler game, it has the best intro, I think, on the site. It's between that one and their version of Pirates of the Spanish Main.
Who
Oh
has,
yeah, that's pretty nice.
Who has the best? I didn't hear the first part of you.
Watson Hall Gamers.
Ah,
Have some of the best intros on the site. Oh, apparently Craig owes 2 drinks. I'll take them for it.
Brutro.
So how is make work going to work for fixing those pistols, or do you want to caveat that they're?
I think it does work. I thought it does work, doesn't it?
It should work for if it's the broken condition. It's just that ups the treasure value. So some people.
It is. I mean, ultimately, it is the broken condition. I mean, that's one of the big things. I've read about it online, and there's no real errata for it, I don't think. If you get a gun from a gunslinger, it is considered broken for you, right?
Yeah, it's broken for everybody but the gunslinger. Their
But
initial one, at least.
It is just broken, right?
Yeah.
Let me check the gunslinger ability.
Yeah, it was kind of
as I recall,
artificial way to nerf it, right?
Right, but make whole makes it not broken anymore.
I mean, theoretically, even mending will remove the broken condition if it can repair enough hit points, but make whole just absolutely does it.
Gunslinger, here we go. Gunsmith. No, there we go. Her starting weapon is battered, and only she knows how to use it properly. All other creatures treat the gun as if it had the broken condition. If the weapon already has the broken condition, it does not work at all for anyone else who tries to use it. So it's a gunslinger's gun, so you treat it as if it's broken.
Okay, so
yeah.
Really what I should be doing is I should be buying them out of the party pot at their broken value and then fixing them. No.
Right? That's funny.
But yeah, it'll works as mending except that it repairs a d6 points of damage per level when cast on an object or construct creature, maximum 5d6.
Yeah.
So I can fix destroyed magic items.
That's pretty cool. Stop destroying magical items?
Yeah, it'll repair them. So in case somebody sunders that guy's magic armor or something,
and somebody gets sunder. Oh, you can be like, let's sunder it, beat the crap out of him, and then make it whole, and then somebody can wear it.
Yeah,
I like that. You're like healing the items. It's nice. All right, so you liberated Hawk Palace last session. You had a little look around. We had a look at the map and saw what was around the place. There's manticores. You had a look around outside and saw it flying around in the distance. You got scared and went back home.
No back inside. Yep.
Well, it was glowing in our defense. It was green, glowing,
sure.
And we were outside, and it could fly. We couldn't. That was
pretty bad.
Dangerous.
Aketsu hadn't rolled higher than a 2. We fled.
Right.
Okay.
I think I rolled 1 like twice and rolled a 2 like twice. It was pretty bad.
You did do that.
Excuse me.
Ever. Never ever.
Yeah.
So,
I will make the most hideous face I can until you do.
we're gonna like you. That's pretty hideous. This looks like you're constipated. Want to try prune juice, maybe?
Mm.
It's
I
like
can't keep doing that. I'm gonna get a headache.
a warrior's drink.
Dude. So, you're going to stay at Hawk Palace. They let you stay at Hawk Palace. They give you one of the rooms. There isn't much room there. They'll probably put you up in the old barracks, and some of them will sleep in the Great Hall, or the Hall. You can rest. Night passes uneventfully unless somebody drops a random encounter.
I will.
Fingers, let's
spell.
have a random encounter.
Not after I've used my make whole spell.
That's HOLE or WHO. How do you spell that again? It's all how you cast it.
Which one did you? Yeah, that's right. It's just a slight change in the magic. Oh,
That-
rest. Everybody regroups. Anybody injured?
I had 2 hit points missing.
Yeah, then the resting will cure those for you, Tim.
Yay!
Buligup is good. Buligup is good.
Alexander, I'm seeing you missing a hit point as well.
Oh, I should fix that.
Oh no, you're missing a hit point.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
both
yeah, I
of both of Iketsu's and Alexander's were hawk scratches.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Before I slept them.
Yeah,
I
they
think
got hit.
I-
They got hit by a pecker.
I was thinking about that encounter, and they didn't give him a good location to be an archer with ranged beasts.
True.
Or was it
It was
our
very-
strategic awesomeness to get
Well-
him into a spot?
I think the idea was that they were hoping the orcs would hold you a bit longer, but they didn't. And
Nope.
there's just no long spaces he could have used to take advantage of his bow and all of the things he could do, which is a shame because he was pretty cool before you murdered him.
What being the operative word?
He's dead now.
I would say he was not cool. He was a tool.
Oh, very good. Beach bag.
And we are not fools.
All right, the night passes uneventfully. You wake up. There is general sense of relief in the Steelhawks who are now back in their place. What are you going to do today?
Well, maybe we should move camp out of here for when the Smilers come to retaliate. Our stuff isn't here. Let's go back.
Yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
Let's
Clean up
let's
the
find.
evidence.
Yeah, let's find another. Let's find another squatting area, huh?
All
Hey,
right.
Thing.
Yeah.
Thing. Chat likes your rhyming.
My rhyming?
Yeah, the chat thinks your rhyming's amazing.
Thanks.
You rhymed cool with tool. They thought that was the best.
Oh.
Now, if you can only get it in a haiku, that would be awesome.
Right?
Cue Tim.
Awesome indeed.
That's extra XP right there. That's amazing. Tim's good at that. I like it. I like
Yeah.
it.
All right. So where are we heading out to?
So we had the goal of there was the Lords of Rust were essentially underneath the arena. We can't get to the arena or actively participate in the arena unless we get enough scrap worth to essentially get the honor of competing in, but also be quote a big enough problem where the Lords of Rust want us removed, and so it's essentially not so much an honor. It sounds like more of a slaughter or a way to remove problematic people.
So we have to become a bigger problem.
Yeah, and so the way that there was some scrap worth was either doing favors for people, being like public badasses, kind of like what we did with bird food, but there was also side jobs and things like that where people are like they're afraid of the Manticore. If we set up some kind of elaborate ambush to find where its lair is and then try to ambush it, bring its head and parade it around, that could be scrap worth too. I don't know if that's
Well, I
next step or what.
believe Davinia said it nests somewhere over there by that path up the right side.
Right. It was along the edge, but there was a lot of shit there though. Like we'd have to reconnoiter and be careful about it, you know?
Well, it's probably a radioactive area. We could probably find it that way, but
We have a radiation Geiger counter. So we might be able to find it.
The only problem I have is manticores like to fire little spikes out of their tail, from what I recall. And we don't have a lot of defense from ranged attacks.
And they can fly.
Yeah, so it could sit out of our range and stuff. If we can get it to land.
What
Do we
about
know-
the nets that we have? Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Do we know if the Manticore travels during the day or it just travels at night?
I don't think we witnessed it enough at this point.
You could make some knowledge local checks and ask around.
I seem to recall people saying like it might be a little crazy and random, but
Yeah, we observed it at night, so we know that that's a pattern for sure. Don't forget, we do have those high-tech nets. If we were,
Nope.
we
if
don't
we
have
were
a
to
launcher, but
People
No,
don't
but-
like my haikus.
but if we were to set
Oh, that's low.
But if we were to set those nets in that narrow gap, we could potentially have it fly after us and then ensnare itself as an idea.
oh, so we could like bait it.
Yeah.
Like Buligup could go out there and like, I'm a tasty frog, and then he can bring the net on it because he's our dex-based person who would be good at throwing a net.
Could we
You
also
just have
find out its exact location too by talking to because maybe some of the locals have tried to remove it and failed, and maybe they have some information.
you absolutely can with a bit of knowledge local, but not with the 6.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
All right.
I got
Is that one of those ones that is good and trained, or
I think you can try. I just think it. Oh, hello.
Sure.
Touch is like, hey, here's a bit of ankle. Tell me all the things.
There was a cute guy that I tipped a pint with the other night.
Shit.
All right. So it sounds like Tatia, do you want to come up with that one, or do I get to come up with what I did?
You get to come up with what you did. You're the you have the character. What are you going to
Have
do?
we already cleaned up this area, made sure that there's no evidence that links it back to us?
I mean, everyone knows you went in and murdered bird food. You did it in an open market in the middle of the day.
It's true.
but I was disguised as a market resident.
Oh, so one of the guys who you vaguely looked at, it looked like he's going to get the crap kicked out of him by the smilers, and
Yeah.
then possibly eaten.
Well then how about we already checked the area to make sure, or to loot everything. So why don't we go on out, and Tatia bumps into somebody outside and says, hey, and asks for the information, and maybe leans over a little bit, shows some cleavage, and all of a sudden they just tell us everything we need to know.
So, lass, yes, the Manticore, it lives up that passage you see there.
The
It points
passage?
to it's almost like an indentation in the south wall. It looks like it goes up and over like the mound of scrap. Yeah, on the top of there, it lays up there. It generally goes flying at night and hunts things. You can hear it if you want, if you stay. That's why people don't walk around much at night.
Oh, has anybody ever tried to go after it before?
Oh, aye, some of the gangs will do it from time to time. They'll send their, I don't know what they call them, little gang men to run up there and have a go, and very few will come back.
You said few have come back?
Yeah, generally the Manticore will eat them all. They say it's a gigantic beast with steel teeth and terrifying eyes that shoots beams of light. It drips green ichor from its mouth. Horrible, they say. Horrible.
All right.
Maintain
Funny when I
6
need
feet distance.
I was gonna say, it's funny when I need a voice, I always drop to Yorkshire for some reason.
Splug. The viewers and listeners demand Splug.
Horrible is all I know.
You
Wait,
gotta
what?
find a goblin.
Where's that Bitcoin tier on Twitch?
Yeah.
You know, we
Oh,
want
mate.
Splug. We want Splug.
That's right. Make health talk like a pirate for the entire thing.
Have you heard of anybody offering to pay rewards for it?
Oh, I don't think so. That doesn't happen around here. It's not like a central government. But if somebody did take it down, I'm sure their reputation might increase.
No.
For
Okay.
drinks.
And
Sounds good.
components for Alexander.
Well, what do you think kind of value would that have then?
Oh, I don't measure that. It's not really something you can measure.
Okay.
It's just a sense of worth in this place full of scrap. You know, you could say it's scrap worth.
All
Remember,
right.
it's not the measure, Tatia. It's what you do with it.
That's right.
It's
So
your
I'm
scrap
gonna
worth that really
lean back
counts.
a little bit to Kiernan and be like, "Hey, friend. So what else do we need to know?"
Well, if they don't know exactly where it's at, we did find out that it goes at night. It kind of confirms what we saw. So maybe we can try to find its lair at night when it is out and about. But we have to time it and such. We have to have a spotter so that we don't get caught while it comes back.
Yeah.
If we can find where it lives, then we have a lot of knowledge about how to stage an ambush.
So we already
I
have
can stand back and
the cave
spot.
where he's at. So we should be good from there. Since with your hunting expertise, what do you suggest we look for?
Are you?
Rico?
You're asking
Who's
me?
got,
Yes.
who's got hunting expertise? Oh, the big game hunter.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think once if we can find out where it's layered at, that we have the advantage because we can catch it while it. I mean, I don't know. Is it? You said it was a magical beast before, right?
Yes, I
How?
believe that's right.
And I don't want to roll again unless it's appropriate. But I thought Alexander nailed his roll on
Did.
knowledge arcana. Does this thing sleep, or do we know because it's different, mutated? Like if it sleeps, we might have an advantage if we can find out if it's flying at night, and we can find out where it layers while it's gone. Then we can maybe ambush it when it's asleep. That might
Or
give
you
us
could hide in its nest and wait till it lands and then murder it.
that too. Yep.
So that's interesting.
But does it sleep? I don't know. Manticores are magical beasts. Alexander.
But we could booby trap its cave.
True.
With bombs, a lot of hand grenades. I do like it when the party starts throwing hand grenades around. That leads to a lot of wands and blowing off legs. Yes, manticores are magical beasts. Generally, yes, magical beasts will sleep.
Excellent.
All right.
So as long as it hasn't mutated beyond that, we're
Well, that's the wild card. That's where maybe your engineering and arcana comes in, where you take the lower of the two or something like that to figure that out, or we just guess.
if only I could tell if it had a peanut allergy or something.
Well, good. Or we create a sentinel robot like an X-Men and kill it that way. Wah.
No, I'm not allowed to have robots because our frog kills them all the time.
That's right. That's the other wild card. Correct. Yes.
Do not kill the robots. The robots are not alive in the first place. They are soulless, empty creatures with no worth in this world.
I'm with Buligup on this. Fist bump, Buligup.
They are soulless, but they do have quite a bit of worth on the open market if they're whole.
You can sell them for parts.
Well, there's one thing I have to ask you, Alexander. Kind of like, if you're not comfortable sharing this, you don't have to. But between us, how are you with radiation? Us people, squishies, meatbags, don't fare too well with that. Are you? Because it's exuding radiation. How are you with that? Does that power you, make you stronger, turn like green Hulk smash, or?
No, I believe it would affect me roughly the same as it would affect you.
Dope.
Unfortunately, it's not a disease. It's more of a poison or something.
Yep. Radiation. It's pretty nasty, actually. It can be.
Well, I heard from some friends from the Shadowfell, like where I'm from, aluminum foil hats help with that. I don't know what that is, but
right. You can wrap it around right, and plastic bag around your face.
yes.
You take your iodine tablets and you drink the chalk, so you chelate it out. And...
Right.
Well, so I mean, I think that is if we're thinking that for scrap worth, we can do either help we can either help a gang, hurt a gang, or deal with the Manticore as a next step. We've been talking about getting the Manticore. So do we want to focus on any particular objective? What do you guys think? I don't want to just blah 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 talk all the time.
And
So,
the Manticore seems like a distinct thing we could do. I don't think any of the direct gangs are something we can face now, because the Smilers are probably dug in somewhere.
We know where their headquarters are.
Yeah,
But
if
we
we
might be
remove
able to like
if we remove the Smilers, we might be doing more harm than good, because then the other two gangs will think that, whoa, wait a minute, they're our enemy too. So if we want to try to send things back to status quo and remove Lords of Rust, we might want to almost make nice with the Smilers at some point. I know it's a stretch, but
do
think
we
about
know to get to the
Manticore, do we have to go through the Red Tooth Raiders territory?
So,
yes, I think.
kind of, you can go round. You can go up to the north, and yes, there's two ways you can get there. You can go up and round and in the other side, or you would have to go through their territory. Yes, if you came from this side, I believe you would.
I mean, we could also just wander around until we run into a small group of Smilers or Lords of Rust minor people and just beat the crap out of them in the public square, too. But
Yeah, we do have the option of showing the little hawk as a brooch. You know, those hawks that we slayed. You know, slew.
although since we did kill Lords of Rust orcs and Birdfoot, who was a ex-Smiler working for the Lords of Rust. If we go against either of the Smilers or the Lords of Rust next, it's probably going to be more likely that we'll get a direct retaliation. If we go against the Manticore, that might put them at ease that we're not just focused on.
Or we
them.
could go through the Red Tooth Raiders territory and get more information on the Manticore, because they may have dealt with the Manticore before, and they might have some useful information.
Or been harassed.
Exactly. The Red Tooth Raiders are a little bit of a wild card. We don't know much about them. We know that they're in between the Smilers and the Steelhawks, and they have hopefully no reason to hate us or necessarily befriend us. But I think, knowing this is my wheelhouse a little bit from a clan / thieves guild / assassins guild perspective, you definitely want to announce yourself, ask permission, show respect and reverence a little bit to, when approaching their territory. If we do that, then we might be able to get an audience with the right people and impress upon them that we're not a direct threat. To your point, Akesu?
Yeah,
So,
I just, more information might be useful. Also, if we could try to gain more allies, I think that would, in the long run, be helpful.
so is your suggestion olive branch to the Crimson or the Red Tooth Raiders en route with the ultimate goal of going through their territory to the Manticore's territory?
Yeah. Because they might provide some information. They may even give us something if we get rid of the problem.
Since they're closest to it, they may be one suffering losses, and it may be to their benefit. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that might be like an area that the Manticore like hunts. They could have like a sibling or a great grandmother that's got catched up.
Let me ask everyone's opinion. Tatia, Aketsu, Alexander, Buligup. What do you think our good, solid play is from a Scrapworth perspective? Claim it for ourselves or help the clans claim it? And what I mean by that is, if we helped eliminate bird food for the Steel Hawks, and we kind of showed that it was us, but we hung them outside the Steelhawks house, right? If we go and help with this Manticore, do we help boost the Red Tooth Raiders that it was them that helped us, and thus they feel more indebted or allied with us and with us a friend? Like, do we want to gather friends, or do we just want to get like badass street cred for ourselves? There are two different ways we can play this. What do you think?
It seems a badass street cred kind of place.
That's just me. I just like having allies because we don't know much about the Lords of Rust, More allies or more information we gather in the long run be more helpful. And also, we don't know about some god that the Lord of Rust, because we may also, as while we're getting allies, we might find more information, see who this person that the Lords of Rust are serving. Then we might.
I feel like we might gather some things along the way that are going to beef us up a little bit for this Manticore.
We also might need to gather more scrap worth before Red Tooth Raiders or other people feel we're worthy of being allies or something too.
Yeah, they are higher up the pecking order than the Steel Hawks, and they were in a bad state. So you could be right on that. Okay, well, what do we know about the Crimson Raiders? The Red Tooth
Red
Raiders.
Tooth Raiders.
They are the Red Tooth Raiders are
Somebody's been
essentially
playing Borderlands.
Borderlands is blending in. The Red Tooth Raiders were essentially primarily humans and rat folk, but a lot of rat folk are in the leadership, right? So maybe look around on approaching their territory, look for the Red Tooth Raiders. Can we do a knowledge local to find out what maybe their symbol or gang symbol is, or do they wear all red leather, for example? Is it obvious, or
Are you going to ask anyone specifically?
well, like my guy, I don't know if asking that is going to be a little bit too upfront and cheeky. I think
I mean, you're already reasonably friendly with the Steelhawk.
exactly.
They probably know the.
We can ask them.
Do that over some drinks the night before or something, Mark a few silver off with some nice drinks
With Sephiroth. Maybe she knows more.
Sephiroth.
Yeah, you could romance her.
I was trying last time, but Hal was looking at me like, "Are you nuts?" It's like, hey, I have the hedonist flaw. Of course, I'm gonna, it'll help us as a group.
Right. So you're talking to Sephiroth?
Sure, like during cavorting the night before, or
Celebrating.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Celebrating.
I get Cool in the Gang playing on the jukebox.
Cool in the Gang. Shit.
Hey, I'm in Detroit, man. Motown. Don't be knocking that shit.
Moantown?
So
Exactly.
So what the Red Tooth Raiders? They're mostly rat folk.
Oh, so there's not a whole lot of non-rat folk in leadership or the gang in general.
They may own some people who work in the market. They may own some other people, but generally, the actual gang is almost all rat folk.
Okay, good to know. What I mean is other than just being a rat folk, do they have any kind of distinguishing symbol, like red leather armor or something pretty obvious? Because
No, they are rat folk. That is the thing. They're not ones to announce themselves.
all right, what makes them tick though? Like what's their jam? What are they? What's their space in the before the Lords of Rust, of course, and also now? Like what do they do? Are they responsible for keeping the peace locally, and you guys are the ones that are keeping the gate, or like what's their role?
They are smugglers, traders, acquirers of things.
Your folk.
That's exactly what we're here for, setting up a trade route.
Well, yes. I mean, don't know whether they would trade per se, but they could definitely find things for you for a price.
Gotcha. The underground.
To some degree, yes. To some degree.
Could you also say that they might be information brokers?
They know things, I think, like we do. But they have suffered under the heels of the Lords of Rust quite significantly, I think. Their territory is
They have-
closer than ours.
Did they have
And
their leadership replaced?
No, they didn't bend like we did, and they were somewhat eradicated. And when the Smilers took over, they were beaten somewhat, I think. Some of them ended up joining the Lords of Rust in the end.
Reluctantly, or are they wholesale
They're
disciples?
rat folk. I mean, how trustworthy can they be?
Fair. True. All right, I'll give her a nice bow and kiss her on the hand if she lets me, and show a little nod of respect, and pour another drink.
Okay.
Which I don't see coins on the Twitch channel, but I'm having another drink, so.
Tim's hydrating too. Well, it's nice to see.
See, we all
There you
have.
go. There you go. Everyone drinks.
Oh,
It's on the
sweet.
Twitch
There's
chat.
another one.
Drink it.
Oh God, who's this Anita Bourbon lady? I don't know who.
Jeez, that could get sticky with you guys being able to do it. I need to make it so that when that happens, something happens on the actual screen.
Row.
Ding 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 ding.
Oh yeah, we could have like beer stein glyphs appear on our video
Sure.
feeds or something.
I mean, the channel points thing is reasonably new, so I'm guessing there's going to be integrations for it with other things, but it'd be nice if it mixed in with bits, so you could spend bits to do things for the actions that channel points currently give you. But it's about loyalty and extending the time people watch.
Yeah.
Because
We just want to be clear to listeners. This is an experiment to have you be involved in the game, everybody, and help drive our story and help us deliver what you all want, as well as to improve the experience for everybody. So this is all pretty cool. I just hope that we don't have random encounters every 6 steps and all of us inebriated within an hour of starting. But hey, we'll see.
Wait a minute, that sounds fantastic.
That's right.
Level
just-
37, but you can't write anymore.
Right.
That,
We need Hal to upgrade to Uzo or
Tatia said, just boobs.
That's what we should do. We should have a poll at the end of every session, which where the whoever's left in chat gets to choose what you drink for the next session.
oh God.
Oh God, we're gonna end up with like some terrible trash can.
I know. I'm a
Right.
I'm a six
Say no more.
I'm a 6'7" Viking, and I've drank it all. But there's some stuff people are gonna come up with that are just gonna be just downright evil, like
Flocka.
antifreeze and Red Bull.
Listen, I can't handle very much.
It'll be like Skank in the movie The Wraith,
My character's taller than me.
Yeah, yeah, Wit. It's no fair. Wit weighs as much as my left leg. She won't be able to hold it.
every week it's just Everclear as far as the eye can see.
That's okay, Kiernan. You can just drink for her.
Exactly. I've had
Right.
Everclear. It basically makes it so you taste nothing else but that for over a week. So
Dries me out.
Oh yeah, it just dries out your tongue instantly.
right.
Whiskey makes me nauseous. Tell me who the hell needs that? If you're thinking,
Really?
not drinking, the answer is crystal clear. It's the invisible intoxicant. It's called Everclear. Bring.
Nice.
No, y'all have never heard this song?
What have you
No.
done? Like marketing commercial shit for this company or what? What?
Apparently, it's the only marketeer for Everclear right now.
Yeah.
Hey, with
Yeah.
her with Tatia's charisma, she could be like the spokesperson for like some dwarvish Everclear whiskey, like
Well, I mean, she
small
could
in
be the
stature, high
spokesperson
in
for-
taste. This is the greatest.
Give
Well,
a bitch. Do you poop at parties?
Well, we do have Numenarian fluids and soothe if you want her to sell some stuff in the.
Oh my God, the numbing nature of Soothe with the Numenarian fluids. It turns your organs to jelly and you don't even feel it. Tip one today. Like what happened to me, Hal? I took like 2 pints of that stuff and I lost like 8 con.
Yeah, you were
I was-
tremendously.
I was
tremendously hurt.
Yeah, I was almost
Well, you-
protoplasmic jelly there for a bit.
Yeah,
There,
look,
so-
I almost threw in random player drinks numinarian fluids as one of the things these guys could bid for.
Oh my god! I think it should go on there.
Oh, really? Because that's how the game gets crashed
Well,
out.
but the thing is, you guys mentioned Everclear. That's essentially numinarian fluids for the players. I mean, you know, it's,
Yeah.
as long as I can get like a +10 on the roll, so I roll in that really bad spot and have a better chance of the the 100 up tier.
right.
But ultimately, it would be only fair if the person who was bidding for it rolled, right?
That'd be cool.
True.
Yeah, totally. But I think Alexander's role for identifying what it is represents in real life things incredible resilience and adaptation to all things alcohol because of his large and multi-decade experience with the liquid. So
Right. Oh, what are we doing?
all right, so
how we told us that the Red Tooth Raiders were not they were reluctant to go under Lords of Rust rule, and they took a beating. In other words,
yeah, pimp slapped into it.
I mean, the Steelhawks are the same. They were decimated as well and slapped down by the Lords of Rust, who are incredibly powerful by all accounts.
So a lot of this is in my wheelhouse from a thieves guild perspective, lawful perspective. It's sort of like you toe the party line of you follow the leaders, you toe the line, you do what you're asked of, but you're not necessarily happy about it, and might makes right to some extent. So they're probably want
Smilers
an
as a
easy
whole-
way out with plausible deniability. So if we can do something for them to help them and not implicate them, then they'll be on our side. We do not want to come up with a grandiose plan that if it fails, they'll be implicated because then we'll be cut loose like bait.
You mean like dress up like rat folk and go and attack them?
Yes, exactly.
Wasn't that
would be
what you're
bad.
suggesting when you say we make sure they get credit for it?
Well, it depends, right? I mean, how do we want to play this? Do we want the scrap worth? Do we want to give them the scrap worth? It's one of those things, if we fail and we're bodies on the ground as an android and a fletchling, or we succeed and we walk into town with a head of a manticore and you're a rat folk and I turn myself into a rat folk, we're all good. Because you and I both have that ability. It's like, oh, look at the rat folk. Oh my God, the Crimson Raiders killed the manticore. Like, how do we want to play that, right? Do we want the scrap worth, or do we want to give it to them to make them an ally? Because there's only so many of us in the group. It'd be good to
believe
have the
our-
Red Tooth Raiders as an ally, right?
I believe our all goal is to gain scrap worth, and then we gain allies by our power and are not fucking with people.
Right. But scrap
I mean,
worth
as
could
lo-
be word of mouth. Like if the Red Tooth Raiders see us as the badass that cleaned out the Manticore, I don't know. Hal, is there a role or a way for us to determine if that is scrap worth that is something that only the Red Tooth
No.
Raiders would know, or something that the town would know?
No, there's no formalized rules for this.
Yeah.
So scrap worth is acquired by doing things. It's a form of recognition and
I
respect.
kind of
But
like it
what actually
like on YouTube.
right? What actually gains it is relative to how you do it. Sometimes it's also tends to be how public you make things. It's about how much face you want.
Right.
Hal,
More pink
know,
mohawk than black trench coat.
do we
Right.
know? Since we did the knowledge lore, do we know why like the Smallers or the Lords of Rust never get rid of the Manticore?
Clearly, because they don't think it's a problem right now, or it's over in Red Tooth Raider territory and south of where they are. It doesn't really bother them all that much. It tends to hunt outside the town most of the time.
Yeah, but I think we discussed this before, Tim Ketsu. I think we kind of, I don't want to say came to the conclusion, but sort of thought that a lot of this inter-gang rivalry and things like the Manticore and the haunted things and like little jobs and all that were distractions for these gangs to keep them busy and out of the Lords of Rust's hair, with their primary objective was dealing with whatever they're digging underneath this arena. So yeah, they're not going to deal with the Manticore because then that's one less thing to distract or kill off little, gangers here and there for them to go, oh gosh, that's a foe. We need to fight that foe. Great. Then that's one less thing that the Lords of Rust have to worry about is, oh, the Red Tooth Raiders are going to deal with that Manticore. They're going to waste time and resources fucking around with that thing.
Well, they're also not the town council. It's not theirs to deal with, and they're already in charge. They don't need to prove how strong they are. They're already the boss.
So,
I mean, if the Hawks wanted to gain some scrap worth, we could go hunting it. But honestly, I don't think it's worth the loss I would take.
So if we take care of that, and then we gain scrap worth, we bypass the Red Tooth Raiders, so we're not a threat to them and they are not going to come directly after us. Go for the Smilers because they're the creepiest of meatbags, and we should just probably nuke them for the general good, and then work our way up to the Lords of Rust with our friends of the Steelhawks and hopefully the Red Tooth Raiders. Then
I agree. I think that the Smilers are so chaotic and so wild card that there's no aligning ourselves with them. I don't see how we could possibly ally or come to any kind of agreement that we could trust. I think that they're just to be terminated at our leisure. And I think it would be better or easier to Ketsu's point to have the Steelhawks and the Red Tooth Raiders kind of at our backs if we were to make a move against them or if we had to. But if we did that and engaged the Smilers in all-out warfare with the help of the other two, let's face it, that's going to bring the Lords of Rust down on us, and then that's going to be oh, Alexander, it's time for you to go into the arena. Woohoo! Good luck with that.
I believe that's their way of dealing it is they invite us to the arena and we have to fight their stuff, and if we actually win, then
right.
Good.
So do we send Iketsu in there with some buff spells from Tatia and Alexander?
I mean, it depends.
Enlarged person and
yeah. I mean, it depends if the invitation to the arena is to the group or a specific individual to fight one-on-one with somebody.
Good point.
But we won't know that till it comes.
So, do you think we should go to the Red Tooth territory first, then try to hunt down the Manticore?
I can introduce you to someone who can mediate with the Raiders if you want.
That would be great. Because I think that we should announce ourselves and ask for
Yeah,
permission to go through their territory.
Yeah, I would agree with you. So just wandering in, like, oh, I'm sorry, this is your territory.
They're not going to worry about you passing through. It's if you start to stake a claim there that's the problem.
Yes,
I mean, this place operates as a town. We can't be angry at everyone who walks by. I mean, that's just not going to work. Now, is it?
Well, but I meant if we start crazing a ruckus and gathering treasure and doing stuff like that in their territory, that's where it's different, and that's what we want to announce ourselves ahead of time.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Red Tooth is twitchy at best. I mean, she could easily break and send out her raiders after you. Be careful. No one knows what sets her off.
So she's a little on the, shall we say, unstable side?
She's a rat folk.
Also, if we happen across into fights with random milers or something in our stuff, we might want to see about taking one alive to question them about, defenses, hidden traps, the blaster cannon that's, right at their door that's going to wipe us out as we try and go into their area, or that sort of thing.
Right, but if we
So-
were to capture one, do you have any finger wiggling that can get into their head to force that conversation, or do I need to get my small pointy implements and have Tatia leave the room?
Well, when I made bird food blind, he seemed really willing to cooperate with us. That might motivate one of them.
Ah. Okay. Well, if Sephiroth can facilitate a conversation with a lieutenant or someone to get an audience, that would be amazing. We'd love that.
I will send one of my people. She'll send someone minor to talk to you.
All right, so we wait.
We probably need more scrap worth before we can actually interface on a pure level.
So you wait a while, and eventually the Steelhawk comes back with a message that you'll be met by a raider emissary at one of the trade stands between the territories. And that all they've been told is that you wanted to talk.
Sure. Thank you. All right, cool. So let's make the rendezvous. What do we want to go in with? Like we don't necessarily have anything to offer, but they might ask for some tribute or something, or like we want to state our intentions, right? So they're going to ask, what do we want? And they might ask something to give them. We should be prepared for that from a haggling perspective. So we're looking to investigate. We want to tell them up front and show all the cards in our hand that we want to investigate or learn more about this Manticore because we saw it the other night, or what's our play?
Wouldn't our offer then be removing the threat of the Manticore from the region, and
Mm-hmm.
we ask for assistance of information?
Yeah, we
They
find
may be able to
information
provide?
about the Smilers or in the Lords of Rust.
But if we say, hey, we're here because we're, paladins of Sarenrae and we want to rid the evil of the world and get rid of this evil Manticore because it's a blight on it, they're not going to give us anything because they're like, yeah, you should do that.
That's why we don't say we're paladins of Sarenrae. We're just badasses trying to make a name for ourselves, and we think we can take the Manticore.
Right. So
and whatever treasure it has.
Right. So we talk about it in the context of, we hear that it's causing you problems. It's causing us problems. And, we need to deal with this threat, as well as deal with the threat of the Anita Bourbon getting us another drink on Discord or a Twitch for us to have another drink.
Very good.
Drink.
Yay.
Well, you have to drink too.
I did. Before all these bitches, and now my glass is empty, so I'm gonna go refill it.
Now would be a perfect time to do a down the hatch or whatever it's called.
Down the hatch, right? What?
I believe it's called.
When she's got an empty glass.
Down in just after she's filled it.
Oh, that's
like that creepy face on the back wall.
I'm on my second beer, so I have to actually go get more if we start getting those.
Yeah, I had a hop slam and 3 Oberons, but Oberons are really light. Those are nothing.
I did get a couple of barley wines.
Oh,
I do like barley wines.
Which ones? From what brewery?
It's from the local Slippery Pig brewery.
Oh, okay.
It's their Damned 11 because it's an 11% barley wine.
Because they reinforce it, or because of what they brew it as?
What they brew it as, and it uses I believe the original has dandelions in it because everything they brew has something that was grown on their farm in it.
Oh, cool.
Because they used to their farm, and they used to do the farmers market, and they found everybody was like really suspicious of the looking veg and the off looking produce and stuff, but once it gets mashed and turned into alcohol, nobody cares what it looked like.
They start to dig and they find green barrels that are glowing. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna grow cool shit here.
Yeah, they do a hog tide with all the Thai food spices. They do
funny.
Well, hey, I also want to say thanks to Wit for doing the awesome bidding on Twitch. I give you some crap, but that's pretty cool. So
Yeah.
thanks.
Do we hey Howard, so do they want us to meet right now with the emissary?
He's waiting for you.
We probably have time to do something on the side if you want to, Ketsu. Do you want to shop or pick up some equipment, or do you want to?
Oh no, this is probably a terrible place to get gear to buy stuff.
Maybe not, actually. I'm thinking if we want to, our eventual goal is to set up an ambush or reconnoiter where this thing is.
I just remember, like, I asked for a heal, and she was going to charge me 300 gold just for like 8 hit points.
Well, yeah, it's mercenary, but we've got.
Well, actually, I believe that's about right.
Yeah, that's like market rate.
Well, for a cure light, hell no. I thought like a cure light potion was like 25 gold or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, but
this place
spellcasting,
is not a standard, textbook
Well,
value.
that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, like the price is, the price is actually here, but they're like selling it here. You know what I mean?
But maybe she just didn't like you and charged you more.
Maybe.
That's not
Do you-
nice.
Do you not have any healing potions of your own, or currently, Iketsu?
I don't think so.
Since you
We
came
do.
in,
Gotta cure Sirius from the power
Yeah.
of Siri, right?
At least all of us have a one cure serious, and then I know we've got a good
Yeah,
stash of some cure light wounds. I
I'll
would
give you a cure
totally
light.
give you some.
Yeah, I'll give you a cure light out of my stash.
Yeah.
Yay!
Ta-da! I gift you.
Right,
Ta-da!
that's assuming his arms can move when he's pinned under.
But
Hey, that
must
only
get
happened once.
potion.
There's a poll for chat. What will a Kedzu be pinned under next?
Manticore.
So,
A
That's
female troll.
Oh, that's what we need to do. If we synthesize the mating pheromones of the manticore and coat Iketsu in them
There
to
you
distract
go.
the manticore.
Large on him, he could go and pleasure the manticore to the point of exhaustion.
All right.
Yeah.
So Ketsu's already 7 feet tall, but if he casts enlarge, the Peter North version, bam.
so
Well, that's
we-
where you just wait till they're copulated and then you cast enlarge and it explodes. Right?
There you go. That's Plan B.
Well, assuming I don't know if it's a male manticore or a female manticore. So
Well, but it also depends on if it's binary or, if it swings one way or the other. So it's it's complex calculation.
I also don't know Iketsu's pronouns, so that
That's
could be
true.
more like a it.
Well, you are from another plane like I am, so the same rules don't apply.
Actually, he's not from another plane.
Says you.
Yeah.
he's a tiefling, so he's from another plane. Evil demon.
If you're both from other planes, then I will settle that when I figure out how to cast dismissal.
Yeah,
Right?
you might
That
want
will
to.
stay, I suppose.
Yeah,
So-
give a heads up. Give a heads up on that, mate.
It's fine.
So
Like,
Kiernan,
boom, dismissal and Bill vanishes.
so like you're saying, like what will be our side that we're going to be playing when we're talking to the Red Tooth Raiders? That are we going to like, hey, we heard you guys got a problem?
Yeah, I want to be deferential to them.
Yeah.
I want to ask them on bended knee for permission to check out, past their territory and permission to, go through their territory, and we'll keep them updated if they are kind enough to give us someone to interface with. Obviously, not someone in leadership, but someone so that we can, let them know where our whereabouts are and keep them updated.
We could definitely act like as if, hey, we heard you guys have a problem, and we were going to take care of that problem and see if they offer anything up.
You got a problem? Watch this beat while we resolve it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so then we could go and meet the emissary.
Okay. You head over and you see a rat folk standing in the kind of the shadow of the side of a store in amongst some junk that's piled up against the wall.
look to the other shadows for the other 6 rat folk lurking in the nearbys?
Maybe perception checks.
Yeah, exactly. That was exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah. 'Cause you know it's not
27.
You get a sense that
Not
you are potentially being watched from above and the sides and below, and there's definitely other rat folk. You catch the odd kind of tail moving, and there's definitely something going on out there.
The sewers. We all
There'll
float
be-
down
there'll
here,
be-
Alexander. All right. Hey, you know those grenades might ignite the methane gas in the sewers. Just saying.
Well, if we had really good exploding grenades, that would be something to think about.
Right,
we
because that's a good thing to do in the market.
Yeah, I mean, we have gas grenades and soft grenades and flash grenades and bang grenades.
Soft grenades are just like throwing a marshmallow at someone, right? It just
Yeah,
kind of
but-
bounces off.
But
five
with someone with the
pieces of
hedonist
damage.
someone with the hedonist drawback like Kiernan, the banging is the way to go. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you shove it up your bum and pull the pin,
Somebody with the hedonist flow like Kiernan should be putting the soft grenades in his mouth and pulling the pin.
or one of his many bums.
Or up his bottom and then pulling
It's
the pin.
all about new experiences.
Do we
You
know?
Oh, yeah, the key is really the safe word, really. Blue dolphin, blue dolphin. You know.
I hear what you did was wrong with the numinarian fluids. You're not supposed to drink it with your mouth.
Oh, I didn't know it was
That's
an
why it didn't
intravenous
work.
thing.
But
Oh,
No.
No.
A colonic, a numinarian colonic. I got it.
Right.
So that's next. We'll try that. The new diet drink. Woohoo! All right. Tim is like, people are so cracked in the head. Okay. So we'll
Tim's
meet that.
why did I agree to join this game?
That's right. Steel Cobras were about to kill me. Maybe I should have let them. All right. So the rat folk, you know, from what I know, what Kiernan knows about rat folk, they're kind of, you know, sneaky, a little bit thievy. I feel that we're kindred spirits, whether that's accurate or not. So I don't want to necessarily take the forefront in conversing because I don't consider myself the face of the group, but in this context, we'll see who they address because Redtooth is a female rat folk, this may very well be a matriarchal gang and they may completely defer to Tatia. So my plan is to see as soon as we walk into the room what this emissary, do their eyes go to Tatia first or to someone else in the group first?
Everyone's eyes go to Tatia because she's like the best looking and the most personable.
Huge tracts of land.
Huge tracks.
So
That's
yeah, I'll shut up if they defer to Tatia, and I'm supposed to be the male that's you know, servant. I'm cool with that.
Muscle servant.
We shall see. I'm just the breeder. I do what she says.
That's right.
I'm hung like a baby. 21 inches, 8 pounds. No.
Shit.
I was
She's like, well, oh, I get what he's saying. Yes. Oh, actually, here's my number. Call me on the crystal ball link.
Shit.
It's where all the cool people are.
Oh, the rat folk is standing. He's wearing leathered armor. He is carrying weapons. He looks very shifty. He's glaring at everybody, but not really. He's kind of looking at nothing, but watching everything.
So
He sees you and kind of glances in your direction and gestures and steps back into the shadow.
So I'll lean forward and kind of nod my head, and I'm gonna finger wave like this for Bill to follow behind me and go on that way.
Yeah, I almost turn invisible when we get into the alleyway.
Okay. You get there. He turns around and he's stood in the alley. Kind of looks at you.
What can I do for you, friend?
You want to meet me.
Ah,
Meet,
Well.
meet.
here we are. And
What
who
do
do I
you
have the pleasure of making your acquaintance?
Team meat.
teammate?
Teammate.
I am Screech Scratch.
Sounds like we're talking to a drug addict.
Cool. And so, what do you have for me, friend?
Nothing. You asked for this meeting.
Well, we were asking.
You sent Steelhawk to Redtooth. Ask to speak.
We wanted to ask their kind permission for accessing their territory, Tatia, madam.
Yes. Sorry. So we want to use their territory?
We wanted to go through. What we discussed before was we wanted to get access to get through and into their territory, and any of our dealings, we wanted to talk to this individual to let them know so that we are on the up and up, so that they don't think we're up to anything, but also find out how we can help them. Like, we're
Okay.
here to assist.
Good.
Like, what do they need?
All right.
We helped the Steelhawks, and they said that you were someone, your group was someone to be respected and trusted, and we wanted to see what you needed. People of
Okay.
our special talents.
All right. So Tatia would tell him, so I don't know if you've heard, but we've kind of been a little bit useful in town, and we want to see if you might be able to utilize our services. And
You just got here yesterday.
yes.
No worth.
Oh, well, I beg to differ. How can I prove to you that we might have that?
Earn worth.
Well,
Earn
we've got some hawks and some feathers from bird food that say otherwise.
Yeah. Oh,
But bird
Tyrael.
food is yes, it's Tyrael. He says hi. Say hi, Tyrael.
Ah.
Say hi, Tyrael.
Oof.
I love the boy.
I love you.
He's a good boy.
He is a good boy.
Very good boy.
Giant boy, though.
Yeah, he's here. Like, okay, you.
That's like the couch, and his head's like sitting on the couch while he's sitting up.
No.
Exactly.
It's just his head down on the couch.
He's like, "Where's my food, bitch? My bowl
He's
empty."
He is hungry. That's true.
Cat, I'll shiv the cat if you don't come out here with my food.
More likely the cat will shiv him.
Yeah.
You have no worth. Some worth. Bird food was worth some things, but not enough. Not enough for Redtooth.
Everyone starts at the beginning.
I
Doesn't
feel
mean
like
that.
everybody has a price, though. There has to be something that would be of value to you.
Not measured like that. Worth comes with time and deeds. Actions make worth.
Exactly, but we could do lots of actions. But
Yes,
what actions
so
would help
value in
you?
actions.
Oh, yes. Kill Lords of Rust. All of them.
That seems like a
Maybe
large request, but I am totally on board with you.
maybe next Tuesday. But what about today? Today, what?
Kill
isn't that-
Manticore. Deal with haunted ship.
Haunted ship.
Up in the foggy area.
Yeah.
Where the ghosts are.
But a ship? We're in the middle of. Oh, why don't you? I'm intrigued. Tell us more.
Yeah.
There is haunted place.
A haunted place.
Ghosts and other things in suits.
Okay.
Wow, like metal suits?
I've never seen. Heard tales.
What have you heard?
Dead things walk for there. Dead things.
Is there anything else you can tell us?
Or someone that might know more who have seen them, maybe?
Dead things? No, far to the east, past Iron, past Lords of Rust territory. Not where we go.
So, Tatia, madam, it sounds like Lords of Rust might be next Tuesday, and this haunted area might be, what do you think, Saturday? But today's Thursday. Perhaps we should deal with the Manticore first. What do you think?
Smilers, take Smilers. Go deal with Smilers. You already started the fight. Gauntlet is laid down.
But we only have
They
so many
will.
appointments in our journal.
It will come for you
Oh,
eventually.
then we'll just have to pencil them in whenever that happens. I'm
So
gonna
they
be
get-
I'm gonna be so blasé, like they're beneath our notice. Like I'm gonna appear more like a badass than maybe we are. You know. I'm not trying to intimidate this guy, but I also want him to
Look
report
particularly
back
impressed.
that we're not to be fucked around with a little bit. You know.
So what you want with red tooth?
Well, you
We'd like-
were you were working this town and had your place in it and had some pretty good scrap worth going there before the Lords of Rust came, and heard that they kind of took some of your resources and really your worth. And we're trying to understand what that means, because we're trying to understand that. We help the Steelhawks, and so we're here to help you.
Raiders still have reputation, still have worth. We're second strongest gang before Lords of Rust.
Yeah, and you're only that way because the Lord of Rust say you can be that way, right? So if they come by tomorrow and say, well, maybe the Steelhawks are more important than you now, you're okay with that?
No, Smilers now second gang. Smilers.
Yeah, well, today, see, we're trying to. A lot of people are wanting things to go back the way they were, and we're wondering if you think the same way. Like months ago before the Lords of Rust came. What do you think?
Would be fine, but not how scrap worth works. Have to earn per position.
Deeds, not words.
All right.
Yeah, but I could just do deeds. We could just do deeds all week. But
So
we
do
have a
it.
tight schedule, so we're trying to understand what
You are all mouth, no action. Prove actions, prove worth.
You
This
know,
is scrap wall.
everybody, I think that he has made his point very clear. What do y'all want to do?
Well, he said the haunting area and the Manticore area. So we're going to, and this time I'm going to be a little bit more direct to this guy. We are going to interface with you. So when we come back with, scrap worth, we want to understand that your leadership acknowledges our scrap worth. So when the Manticore head is thrown at your feet, what do we get out of it?
Nothing. Not how scrap worth works. You can't come back with it. Not something you carry in Manticore head.
Absolutely, it's something we can carry.
No, not how it works. Scrap worth is respect, is face, honor, not something you strive for, something you earn.
You don't barter for it.
Not something to be traded.
I get you. All right.
All right. Makes sense to me.
I have an idea. Like we get the Manticore head and put it on a large stake in the middle of the town, or something like that.
Why not?
Yeah, Alexander, out of character. Do you have a cantrip of arcane mark, or do we have team meat as a symbol? Do we
Um,
create a marquee banner and Tatia's got like art skill and Ketsu's got a haiku that says "We be badasses, team meat for the win"? I don't know how
They
whatever
can
the
make a
stanzas work.
bodysuit out of them.
I have that in my book. I do not have a typically memorize it because I have more useful things most of the time. But
Because it takes up spell slots for spells that are
Well, I thought
useful.
arcane mark was like a cantrip and you just cast it whatever, but I don't know how
it is. But I can only remember 4 of them at a time. I have them all recorded so I can prepare them.
So that you got
I can only use.
All right, that's superfluous bullshit. So,
So
all
do
right,
we go hunt the
So-
Manticore during the day?
but I have a problem here, and this is just between us. It's like
Are you leaving? Are you leaving this guy before you've done? Are
Yeah,
you done with it?
this guy's a mook. He's a piece of shit. I don't give a shit.
Oh, no, I'm going to turn to him and say, thank you so much for your kind information. I really appreciate your input and giving us a better view into what life is like here in Scrapworth or Scrapwall.
Nice to meet you.
I will
Very
incline my
nice.
head 6% in some respect.
All right. So I'm going to turn to the guy with your
Respectful.
say, well, let's go do some shit. Let's just run around town and make our faces known and go, hoo, look at me.
Yeah, but we're doing something for nothing for their benefit, and they're not ponying up. I have distaste.
I
for
don't
that.
know. I feel like there is just going to be a bigger reward that's delayed,
I
Exactly.
believe we're doing something for our benefit, and you're trying to get paid twice.
Yes. What's your point? I say that we keep the Scrapworth. We don't involve them and say, hey, it was their idea and they're awesome. And hey, all fear the Red Tooth Raiders because they defeated this Manticore. That's off the table now. It's all on Team Meat. Team Meat for the win.
I
So
believe
it's
that is
like
how
they won't
Scrapworth
even-
works.
Yeah, it looks like they won't even talk to us unless we actually have Scrapworth.
Yeah, so
In their
we need
eyes, in their
shit.
eyes, we're like this. You know what I mean?
Fair?
And as much as the Manticore might be terrified, I think Ghosts and Undead might be something we're less prepared for since we don't have a clerical type in our party.
I looked at Tatia. Is that true?
I mean, I'm kind of like,
I've heard horrible things about Undead. I thought we were better prepared. I'm a little.
Well, I mean, you don't channel positive energy from what I know, or probably have the disrupt feature.
I don't know. Last time, the only way that we got through it was because I fixed it with love.
That
could work,
these
but
are probably not ghosts you can talk your way out of, I'm guessing.
But aren't these new Minarian M40 grenades? Isn't that positive energy? I think I see a lot of positive energy when those things detonated. That's positive energy, right? Is that what you mean?
No.
Well, I just think that
Right.
would deal with Undead just fine.
We want like paper, rock, scissors for whether we're going for the Manticore or the ghost.
Manticore.
Manticore.
I'm for
It's
Manticore.
real.
We know more about the Manticore at this point. It sounds like we're better prepared for it.
It's real and a trophy.
Yeah, let's do it. All
And
right.
putting on Things Hat, metagame wise, we will get experience points for the Manticore and go up a level and then be able to be more prepared for the Undead for casting more spells.
Hey. Okay.
That's so wrong. All right, everything against my nature.
Hey,
All right.
I have to metagame a little bit because Alexander can actually access spells from 3 classes he doesn't have, so he somehow knows of these.
Yeah, you know what you remind me of, Alexander? Alexander is like the Fu Manchu Oriental guy in Big Trouble in Little China that like cracks open a fortune cookie and whenever he reads, oh, cast that spell. It's like
Are you talking Egg Shen? Or
Egg Shen. Yes, Egg Shen is amazing. I love Egg Shen. Everything about him. He's awesome. Get the little clay pot. They drink the tea, and they're all of a sudden badass. And yeah, give that to Iketsu, man. That's an enlarged person for Iketsu. Here, drink this.
There was a brewery here that made that as a beer.
That's awesome. The pork
It's
chop
okay, I drink
express.
something. I can see things nobody else.
Right? It was a good one, actually. It was a nice beer.
I was overseas. I
All
was
right.
overseas and had some of that absinthe with actual wormwood in it, and you can smell colors after that shit. It's
So what
Anyway.
time of day is it right now?
You can taste the hallucinations.
Look, Hal has a delightful freeze face.
Time in game or time in?
Game.
Well, I
thought we would try to hunt it during the day, and then it might be sleeping during the day because it goes out at night, and then maybe
It might
we
be.
can jump on it.
If we could be quiet, we might be able to actually surprise it in its sleep.
Yeah,
Surprise it
because
in its-
because it glows, I thought we would just have long range scouts looking for the light, see it fly off, and then we would make a beeline to wherever it took off from and try to locate its lair at that point.
We could
I
tell
mean-
everybody that we're going to throw a rave in the cave, and then if we just destroy it with the birds.
But no,
Sorry.
yellow is taken but still looking, and green is available. Or how does those colors work for the glow sticks for the rave? I forget.
Oh my god.
I'm not a specialist in the natural world, but most flying creatures like to nest up high, so
Yep.
probably one of the highest points in the area around that passage is a good spot to look for a nest, I would guess.
I agree, but what I'm saying is long range spot, see a green glow, fly up into the sky, go west, let's say, looking for prey. Boom, now we know maybe right around where it's at, but now we know it's gone. Let's go look. That was my thought, because I like to do things at night. And then if we know it's gone at night, we just need someone that's a spotter that's focused only on watching for when this thing comes back, and then we can alert, like, whatever, like, holy shit, it's coming back, let's get the hell out of here. But we're trying to find its nest. That's
I'm willing to only watch in this encounter if that's what you prefer.
I can do that too. I'm just saying that the thought is if we're trying to find its lair, all we're trying to do is find its lair, then we can talk about ambush. That's my thought. What do you guys think? Do you want to just?
It's fine.
Because otherwise, I feel we're stumbling into its domain, home turf. It could even have set up, like, it knows it better than we do. I just think it would have every advantage, especially air superiority. I just want it gone.
Bird food.
Yeah, I want it to.
Most everything else.
I want to know where it's layered, and the only way to do that is if it's gone and we feel semi-safe. So that's the plan, Hal, I think.
So you're waiting for the nighttime to see it fly off, and then you're going to go find out where it came from.
Right. And Alexandra, I don't know if you need to prep. Do you have a spider climb or anything that might help us get up this rickety wall without, like, plummeting to our deaths and falling on tetanus-laden spikes and because I don't want to see Tatia scarred up. That would be bad.
I do not have any climbing spells.
Well, you could have pretended you did and cast it on him.
I could.
Son of a bitch. All right. But hey, didn't we have a pecan gun or a grappling gun? Didn't we have something like that in the loot?
I had an auto grapnel, but I think he sold it.
Ooh. Really? Because that would have been handy.
Yeah.
Well, there might also just be a passage, like someone, because gangs have tried to go up there and take care of it, and they never do, right? So there might be already a path that we can follow to get up there, right?
Possibly, but unlikely since they've all died. But yeah, that's possible. It's just one of those things where,
well, I mean,
I agree with Alexander. It's probably perched up high,
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on how high it is. I could, if it's 30 feet up, I could use rope trick to get extra dimensional space above it, and then climb up the rope, and then go from
So
there.
I guess it's down in the. So I guess we could start at the pathway, like we're looking out, and then once it starts getting dark, you can see if it flies off.
Yeah. So I'm not a horrible climber. I'm not that great though. I'm surprised. I thought climbing was the higher of strength or dexterity based on if it was a sheer straight climb, it was strength. But if it was like handholds and things like that, I thought it was dex. But it's just strength. So my climb's not great.
Switch you over to the map so you can see what's going on.
Yeah, but each of these squares you're saying is 400 feet by 400 feet, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
Right, so we're looking
that's-
at going somewhere over in this area, right?
Yeah, that's like Forrest Gump
So
running range.
over here, is it command and click? No, shift and click. There we go.
Oi, what the bloody hell?
Here. See this? Here?
Yes.
Right here.
Yep.
This is the beginning of the path that everyone points to when they talk about the Manticore.
Correct. We knew that. Yep.
So it's actually a path up the wall. There's not so much in the need of climbing. It literally once was a pathway through that section, like a shortcut, and then the Manticore came and nested there.
I see.
Oh.
We don't actually have to climb, so it's literally like a.
Oh, it's somewhere in this. It's not so much a path at ground level surrounded by steep walls. It's
correct.
A shorter wall, but a heap of shit that we essentially have to climb on.
It goes up and down over that mound.
Gotcha.
So there's actually a path for us to go through.
Yes, something. It's still dangerous and over to piles of scrap, but people have over the years put down flat pieces of metal and that kind of thing, so you can actually climb up across it.
Gotcha.
Save you having to go all the way around.
So I don't have knowledge arcana, but I have, a bunch of other knowledge skills. And so I'm going to.
Like that. I don't have knowledge arcana, but I have a nice pointy hat.
Exactly. No, but I was going to say is, Alexander, I've heard rumors of drakes and dragons that can have a clairvoyance ability of their own layers. Does a manticore have such an ability? Is it like related to dragons? If we get close to its lair, is it going to know, even though it's flown off? Like how much of a head start are we going to have when we try to get close to its lair? Do you know?
Do I know how?
Make me a knowledge arcana check, I guess.
All righty, that is
for
in my.
For the habits of manticores.
25 for knowledge arcana.
Shit.
So it is possible. Manticores never stray very far from their lairs. They're incredibly angry and incredibly territorial. Your bigger worry is if there is manticore young in the lair. They will definitely not leave for long, and they will definitely be back soon. And manticore young are dangerous too.
Although if there's probably only one of these that sounds like, then there's probably not young. At least everyone talks like it's a singular manticore.
Right, but they're not very good at sexing manticores in Scrapwall. It's not a skill they learned.
True, especially because when you get up close.
Two separate manticores flying out once in an evening.
And that's why it's hard to rely on the unreliable information from meat bags, but that's what we have.
Right, because meat bags don't work with logic. They're thinking with meat.
Exactly.
Hey, meat served me well, okay? So a +1 meat here. Okay. I see. That's a good point. So maybe that sleep spell might be helpful for a brood of young.
Yes.
All right. So I guess the plan is to make our way to a high point over that first ridge and then set up a stealth, like sit and wait to see if a green glow is noticed going up or out.
I mean, I could prepare to detect radiation for the day to, well, for tomorrow if you wanted to.
Well, we have a Geiger counter for that, but your spell and that Geiger counter's range is pretty limited. These squares are 400 feet, remember?
Yeah, I mean it's 120 foot range, so we got close. If assuming it is radioactive.
I don't know what you make that call. I think that if we have a Geiger counter that can do that, then it doesn't make sense to use a spell slot. But that's your call, mate.
No, but yeah, I mean, it could just be a giant firefly in its mutation now. So
yeah, So yeah, I mean, our goal is to kind of like stick with that plan on let's verify if we hear it or see it leave, like flapping of the wings or a roar or the little green glow that we saw the other night. We have some contextual knowledge of it in action the other night, so that's kind of we know what to look for. So I don't know, whatever you think, Hal. If it's at 2 a.m., make a perception check, or we're sort of
Well, where
actively
are you
guarding.
where are you holding up to watch this?
I suggest, and I'm not dictating this to the group, but I'm saying that we get over this first ridge, like at the same level as quote, quote, the path, but not go down this path at all. Just hole up there, hide, if you will, and set up observation just to see. Like, I'm assuming we can see the sky and see if a green dot goes up and over and west. Because we were like northwest of the town gate and saw it flying overhead. So I don't know if it goes that way every morning or every night or not,
What is a good way to disguise ourselves up there while we're camping out?
It's pretty exposed.
Well, but
What?
I think that if we have my help of setting up some of the rubble and scrap and have it like over us and around us, then it's almost like if we were in the forest and had some brushes and leaves and dug ourselves under that a little bit. It's the same thing with the pieces of metal and all that. You just clank, 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 do a little bit of that, and don't move too much and make a clanking sound. I can help with that with stealth or however you want to do that.
Query. Being a magical beast, might it not be able to locate us by scent or vibration or some other means besides sight and sound?
Well, you tell us, but I'm thinking at approximately 1,000 feet. I seriously doubt it can do that because we're not going to be on top of it, right? We're going to be looking at it from a distance, see a green glow fly off at 800 feet. I doubt its senses are that sensitive from a tremor sense or whatever. That's my assumption.
Okay.
Could be wrong, but
You know that manticores don't have tremor sense, but you suspect they can see in the dark and that they potentially have a good sense of smell.
So the sense of smell won't travel. Like, which direction does the wind go? Does it make sense for us to come in through the west or the east? That's a good point. But I think it won't be able to see us with dark vision if we don't have a light. Sorry, Tatia. But we can see it if it's glowing. So we have the advantage. Is my assumption. Like, if we see a green glow flying up in the night, it's not going to be able to see us past 60 feet, 120 feet tops. But we can see it, and that gives us the advantage. So as long as we don't have hobbits cooking bacon on the mountain of Weathertop.
Great. Now I want bacon.
I want bacon.
Oh, dude, no. Bacon.
Also, since we're about to go into a danger zone area,
Mage armor.
Well, there's that, but also since we did get some loot last time, there was a scroll that I assume I'm the one that would potentially use that, and a wand of grease.
Grease, right?
Yeah.
It's the
Which,
word.
I mean, I can use easily.
That too.
I don't know if Kiernan would want that, because grease is a good tactical spell for sneaky bastards too.
No, I mean, you can totally take that. I can use it in a pinch if needed with use magic device, but
Okay.
You got that. That's fine.
Is grease just a wizard spell? I think it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not so the oracle would have to use magic device too.
Probably. I don't think it's on.
I don't think it's on the oracle list.
Yeah, my UMD is pretty good, so I might have a better chance.
No, it's bard, magus, sorcerer, or summoner.
Yes. So we have that and the scroll of soundburst, which is also bard or cleric oracle. So I guess she could if she has read magic, Tatia could use the scroll of sound burst.
Well, would you use that scroll to scribe it into your book so you know it?
It's not a wizard spell.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna make up camp and see what the Manticore does.
Now I was gonna offer up trying to hide people or create like a makeshift blind or shelter for like hunting,
Mm-hmm.
just so that from the sky, we look like more of the surrounding scrap. Because I mean, there's like, metal pieces, basic junk and debris that we can create a like a mini shelter or an area to hide in, so that from the air it won't be able to see us, but we'll be able to look out holes and see it.
That sounds good. I think it's a good idea.
I mean, if it's like 40 feet away, it's gonna either smell us, hear us, or see us with dark vision. But I mean, these squares are 400 feet. I'm guessing he's way in the hell too far away for that to
As long as it
happen.
doesn't hear us crafting the blind, that's a good idea.
Well, that's why I want to try to help with the stealth part of it, so that we don't make a whole lot of noise. All right, Hal, do you need a roll, or is that just a good narrative on how we proceed?
That sounds great. You're just hanging out, right?
Yep. We're trying to see when it leaves.
Maybe perception checks.
27.
Good enough.
See all the things.
So mid-evening, but before midnight, you see a creature rise up from the path ahead of you. It's somewhere. It is somewhere in. It's literally about halfway down the path, and it flies directly south off the wall.
Do we want to head to its location rapidly so that we're there when it returns, or?
Surprise, bitches!
Well, I think if we find where it layers quickly, we could potentially ambush it tonight, based on if you've got the spells. But I thought tonight we were just trying to find out where it's at so that we can potentially come up on it when it sleeps. Or do you want to ambush it and wait for it to come back? We can do either. I'm good with either. It depends if we find it.
I think ambushing it and waiting for it to come back is the same thing, because it's no point in ambushing it when it's not there. But I'm not the tactical genius.
It'd also be easier with Tatia because she's the only one that can't see it at night, right? So that might be a problem.
Yeah, I'll have to fix that someday.
Well, I'm assuming she has her lantern, otherwise she can't see at all.
No, she does not have her lantern until we turn it on, because we were specifically going dark.
Oh, okay, so right now she doesn't have a lantern, but when she's moving up the dangerous metal path, she's going to need some light.
Right.
We can cast a light spell and dismiss it once we get into place or something.
Tatia can cast the light spell.
Yeah.
So can I guess I don't want to know tell me if this is metagaming, but with my stealth and knowledge of the dark and skullduggery and all that, if we have a like, Tatia, do you have a shield? Or
I don't think so.
like, basically she can use her hand to put over the light so it's shining down and not up so much, to help with avoiding it to be a giant beacon from the sky. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
The hooded lantern.
shield.
She does have a shield.
Okay, so she can have it. She can cast it on a stone, hold it in her hand, and have the shield like over, so that the light shines down, so she can step and see where she's stepping, but it's not shining up into the sky.
Yeah, she can control the light.
Cool. All right, so yeah, let's make a.
She even cast it on her armor gauntlet. She doesn't even need to hold anything.
Yeah, whatever. It's up to her. That's pretty cool, though. So yeah, I mean, I think we want to, since we have about 800, almost a kilometer, 1,000 meters to bust a move and get there. Let's hurry up, right?
before it either finds something to eat or returns hungry.
Right.
Cats are being fed. It's hilarious. Leah did a good job. She fed the cats. And the dogs.
What'd you feed him to?
Yeah.
Well, she fed them the Tyrael. He was hungry.
Ah, excellent.
She's doing amazing work feeding the house. Oh, you dash down the path.
Keeping an eye out for
Plan.
smiler ambushes and technomage or technically spies.
Yeah, while he looks for technically spies, I'm keeping my eye to the skies because I see in the dark perfectly. So I'm trying to find when that guy. I'm going to try to keep the green glow in my sights. Does it go down and dive fast to snatch something from the ground? And when does it head back, basically?
Moving you. It should be upper left if you can't see it.
Yep, I see it.
Oh, yep.
Over.
Ooh.
Time to officially get my mage armor up, I guess.
Jama. I added you to the map. There we go.
Yes.
What? I guess technically as it's night time? Tim feels like he's on the map, I think. Tim feels like there's combat about to occur, maybe.
Do we want to try the radiation detector to see if this area is radioactive before we move in there?
Yeah, do I have that or do you have that? I think I have that.
I'll give you something of a description. So this whole area is particularly the area in front is covered in wire, barbs, razor shards. It looks like a nest, but it looks like it's made of torn up metal. It looks incredibly dangerous to move through any of this whole area here, any of this area here. You seeing my little doofus? Oh, you're not, because I'm on the wrong layer. I'm on the wrong layer.
The light is.
It's okay. I'm just taking nighttime, so I'm turning.
It's slowly shrinking in the distance.
There you go. That's actually the light you guys generate on. So, I'm on the wrong layer again. Hop down.
I totally got to get Tatia some dark.
Right? It's definitely a thing.
Can we get her like some goggles or something?
Yeah. It's just there's all kinds of exciting stuff. All that stuff's expensive because it's one of the disadvantages of being a human is you can't see in the dark.
But if I learn to craft items, I can.
Right, you can. Cheaper. Trying to get the map to display nicely on the screen there.
So it's basically got like a razor wire enclosure around it. So, and that's where we kind of
there's a nest here, and the nest is basically surrounded by razor wires.
Gotcha.
Do we see like any eggs, little ones, a female and a male?
So over the back, over in this area over here, there's an entrance into a cave behind the nest.
Ooh.
Oh, interesting.
Well, it's filled a lot of things. So
I just want to point out. I want to point out the obvious, and Alexander can verify. But it sounds like that this is a pretty intelligent creature if it creates such a palisade barrier to its nest.
I believe they're reasonably intelligent, although this one could be driven mad from the radiation or something too. So.
Well, super intelligent because of the radiation.
Well, yes, that is the worst option, probably.
Right, it's actually got a bunch of laser cannons and robots it's built inside its secret fortress lair.
Dual brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, dual brain from Gamma World and all that sort of shit.
Right.
Or those hoppers that turn metal to rubber. Those
exactly.
So much treasure.
Those things fucked my group up so bad all the time. All right.
Okay.
What's the play? I think the cave is definitely interest, but how do we How tall is this palisade of the wire and debris?
If you
It's not a palisade, it's a nest.
if you could get us safely to the cave and we get in there, then it would have to fight us on the ground to get us, unless it
Assume
hovers
that-
outside and fires spikes in there.
Right.
Just assume that whole lighter area is lower than where you are, and that in that area is nothing but shards of metal, glass, wire, all kinds of terribleness.
So if
That
it's
seems-
lower, I thought it was higher. So if it's lower, can we see what's in there? Does it make sense for us to make a leap into, like, go from here and have Aketsu jump into the pit here
Into the pit of sharp wire and
over
metal
the
jagged
thing?
bits.
Yeah, because it's
I
only
thought
like
it was
a.
all made of that.
Well, it sounds like if we do a running leap from here to here, that's only like a 10-foot, 15-foot leap, depending on a good athletics jump.
Does that get
Really?
it?
Or if we shoot Buligup out of a crossbow, you know.
Or so is there a way? So you're saying there's like a cave back there?
Yeah, that's
There's a
back.
cave.
Yeah, back way back here. So do we forget the nest area and go to the cave, or do we?
Well, one thing we could do is, I mean, I'm not sure how long we got, but it might sleep there. I mean, how big is the cave, Hal? Like the entrance? Is it big enough for a manticore to fit in there?
Entrance is about 10 feet wide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What about the height?
It's high enough.
I'm
Okay.
I'm still keeping eyes to the skies, trying to locate the green dot, seeing if it's heading back or what. So that's all. That's what I'm doing.
I mean, we
Oh,
could
crap,
try
it
to go.
worked that way.
I mean,
Seems concerned. Oh, further, I'll dash to chat. Chat
Well,
seems concerned about
Uh-oh.
you.
What did
I
you say?
mean,
I said chat seems concerned about you.
if we came back tomorrow, I could memorize floating disc, but then that still wouldn't help us get across because it just follows me. So I would have to walk through all the metal and crap to get everybody across.
Can we walk around the middle, Hal, and get to the cave?
Yeah, we can get
Entire,
to,
entire tail area of the map is covered in shards of metal, shards of glass, wire. The majority of the wire is where it's drawn, but that's nothing. The whole area is like feet deep in razor sharp junk.
So we need a
Hi, it doesn't sound like we're going to get anywhere, and I can't make bridges yet.
right.
And
We
I'm
need a
One that's
we,
that big.
we need a bridge or a zip line to get across to there.
Yeah.
For a jetpack,
And I do not have flying spells yet.
Okay, so we can't
Well,
basically we can't go around then.
well, but do we have any way of pushing detritus out of the way? Like not yeah, there's stuff on the ground, there's sharp stuff, but do we have a way to push it out of the way as we move forward? Like,
I mean, we could mage hand it over the course of an hour or so.
well, that would be
70
too,
years.
yeah, that would take too long.
That's one item at a time. And this
Oh,
is metal, so some of it's going to be too heavy.
Oh god, this seems like a terrible area.
Yes.
But there's a cave though. But there's a cave.
What
It's
is
just getting
what
to the
is
cave
this?
without walking on the ground.
What is this edge over here towards the north? Is this something that we could essentially climb over and then shimmy down?
It's a raised edge of rock. Not rock, it's a raised edge of the scrap pile, so it's higher than the rest. So yes, you could potentially climb along it. But again, it's made of metal and scrap, and you could probably climb it, but I don't know whether the rest of the party could.
Oh, no,
But if I start, or if we get one person over there, we could essentially set up a line to start traveling across.
Sure. That's not going to take very long, right?
yeah, I was thinking I could use molten orb, but that's not going to generate enough heat to actually melt a significant amount of the shards, nor would that be not obvious to the Manticore?
A glowing ball of fire in his nest.
You know, personally, I think is there a way for us to booby trap it?
Well, it is a booby trap that it lives in.
Well, yes, but I mean, like, for it.
Man. Oh.
Tim, can you lower your camera slightly? All I can see is the top of your head. Thank you. Now you're beautiful.
Put the camera low.
Lower. A little lower. A little lower. You got. No, you were. That's right.
Yeah, that's it. It's good that you give us the size comparison so we know.
That's pretty funny.
It's important.
Goodness.
Okay. What are you doing?
So it's terribleness to get to the cave. If we fight it, it's surrounded by shit, and it'll attack us by range. Seems
Well, I mean, Iketsu's basically a giant thing of metal. We could just roll him across the metal all the way, and he'll either pick up all the bits or
if
you
we
do that for us.
Right.
Right?
if we rub him fast enough, he could be a magnet. There you go.
There you go.
Do we have anything like we can make like a makeshift bridge just by getting across?
Tower shield or something like that, or is there a big flat metal plank that we could do?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're
Lay
you're
it
looking
down,
at
step on it.
There are lots of pieces of metal in the walls here and all of that stuff, but it's going to take you a while. And the ground, there's no real ground there. It's not like it's just pieces of stuff, just like it's literally feet deep of jagged, sharp material.
and we're looking at 40 feet to get across from one edge of this thing to the cave.
Jump!
Mhm.
Yeah,
That's not
okay.
in my wheelhouse.
Anybody got any ideas?
I'm looking at our party inventory. I was wondering how much soothe would help us avoid the pain, but I don't know if it avoids any damage. Like if we just, oh yeah, well, I'll be like a guru from India and just walk on the sharp nails and it won't bother me, or
I
it actually
believe
does damage and I just don't feel it.
I believe it will slightly heal you, but also scar you.
What
I
about?
mean, I could always, memorize such spells like corrosive touch and come back, but it's going to take forever to dissolve this crap.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we've got.
Is there a way that we can maybe lure the Manticore?
Thank you.
Oh, I have a grappling arrow. Yeah, let's try that. I'll shoot a grappling arrow through my bow, tie it to this side, jam it into the other side, and we'll try to shimmy across, avoiding the ground.
Oh dear.
Oh man, I'm gonna try to make the move and I'm gonna fall down and get stuck. Instead of it's a door, it's
Looks
freaking-
looks dangerous. It looks dangerous. You go first.
I am also going to fall because feats of physical strength are not my forte.
But do you guys not know what the DC is when you use a rope? It's like 5, right? I mean, come on. Even Alexander with
Not a single rope.
what's that?
Not a single rope. No, it's definitely not just 5.
Well, I'm saying it's like if you have a rope, it's not super
I mean,
hard, but
If you can make it high up on the other side so that we zip line down, maybe we only have to hold on for 30 seconds.
I don't know. Maybe we could do it up here or something. But I'm thinking this is going to be within everyone's ability, right? So I'll try up here towards the north on the ledge. I'll try to, maybe up high, mount it when we shoot it. But I'm going to try to shoot it across, like, embed it into the junk over here relatively low, so that we can, when we zip line down, we can land in the cave. Hopefully past the detritus that's going to do damage. I don't know if I can determine that from here.
You're climbing the wall and then trying to make a zip line down.
No, I'm going to shoot it from the ledge. And then once we have this
Right.
end,
Well-
I can find out if I want to attach it higher or not. We'll see.
And it's not a difficult. It's not very deep. It's not like thousands of feet deep. I
Right.
mean, you're talking about 5-6 feet down into the bottom there.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, but if I shoot it to, 8 feet high inside the cave as far as I can get, then I'll have the, other end, and I can say, what do you think, guys? Climb up 20 feet and attach it, and then we zip line down, or do we just want to crawl across level a few feet off the ground and just go across?
Well, I mean, sliding down would provide the fastest transit, which would create the less chance of it breaking or falling off. I assume Aketsu is probably the heaviest in the party in his armor, so he'd be the most likely to rip it free, so he should probably go last.
Well, I think that I could go. I don't know if that's a climb check or what, but that seems to be kind of like a zip line smooth thing. Maybe it's climb with dexterity. No, but who's ever lighter most succeed, then they can, whenever it gets to the end, can then like brace it so that it's not as likely.
Would that be
to
the
go
frogman
free.
though? He's probably the lightest.
Yeah, great idea.
Buligup is pretty light.
Send the NPC. Brilliant,
Could-
Tim. Brilliant.
Could I perhaps use any kind of engineering to help make this a more successful zipline setup?
Actually, I have some points in engineering, but I'm pretty sure Lx&R has more than me.
Alexander probably does. You could try. I mean, it's really what the success of this is going to be getting the rope as taut as possible and keeping it taut while you're crossing it.
Taughty situation. Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Ba-dum.
All right, I will try with him to make this work.
Aid him if you want to make a roll.
Aid. Yes, I will aid Lex.
Enough. So you get a +2, Alexander.
21, so 23 with the +2.
You talk it out with Iketsu, and you think if you can get a rope over there, you can make it tight. But you're still going to have to go across it. There's not enough of a slope to slide down it. Unless you can get significantly higher on this side. You're really going to end up having to climb along the rope.
Probably going to at least need a 37.5-degree angle to make the transit effective.
Right. I mean, you're going to have a significant angle.
Well, I guess shooting it is one thing. Then we set our end however high we want, right? So that's easy enough.
So I'll get to climbing then. Although I guess
Okay.
I have to climb to get up to your rope to transit then, which causes trouble.
All right, so I'm looking up the grappling hook arrow, and it doesn't have necessarily specific rules about how well it's anchored. Do you want me just to roll to hit or something, or how do you want to do this? Because it sounds like it's just a grappling hook to.
How much silk rope does the party own?
I've got 50 feet. And I assume that's
The
enough.
Give me 50 feet.
Back that.
Silk rope? Not hemp rope.
I have silk rope, 50 feet.
I do not have silk. I have
Hemp
standard.
rope is too heavy.
Yeah, I have silk rope because I'm the skill monkey, so I have all the little tiny gadgets.
I mean, 50 feet, you'll be able to get it there. But it's not going to leave you a lot on your end.
And how I never bought any of my gear, so like.
Tim's just some destitute guy who found in the wilderness.
Yeah,
Well, I didn't sit down and do it. Like I think I would have 50 feet of hemp rope.
Right, so you would have 50 feet of hemp rope, so it's totally useless in this situation.
it looks like I can use 40 feet of the rope to get it where I want into the cave, right about here, and then that leaves us 10 feet on our side. So I don't want to get into Pythagoras and bullshit hypotenuses and shit. But I mean, I'm assuming 10-foot slack is enough to get us to a good,
We're
good
gonna have
place.
to shimmy probably though, depending on how much you need to tie off. Yeah.
I don't know.
But you're definitely not going to get the angle you want with only that much slack available. So you're going to have to climb along the rope, or use acrobatics and walk along the rope.
Oh crap.
Well,
That's funny.
acrobatics could be a shimmy too, or something, right? Or
Acrobatics,
Wow.
I'm actually better at than climb, since acrobatics is dex rather than.
yeah, same here. So yeah, okay.
Sure, and I've lost chat, so if somebody can keep an eye on it, that would be nice. Thank you. Somebody can be bothered to respond, that would be super.
I'm always intrigued by how different groups end up handling this area by Mark of the Dragon. So this is interesting. So we'll see. I mean, I have a pretty sick plus on my short bow, so I don't know if you need me to roll or not. But
I do need you to roll, because otherwise you might not hit.
all right, so I'm gonna Legolas that shit across the way.
Oh, it's always when he talks about his big skills that he fails horribly.
Totally.
Exactly.
This arrow is a bit different
What?
to other arrows you fired recently, and you know.
I am
it's-
looking. Wait a second. I'm looking at the die 20 I rolled, and I rolled a 9 with a +8, and that's 17. But on
Right,
the
you rolled
thing
a
here,
one.
it says 9. What?
Right, you rolled a 1.
No, I didn't though. I'm looking at the die I'm rolling, and it says I've rolled a 9.
It's a 9 total, 1 with a +8.
Well, but the
Yeah.
die 20. Yeah, but the die 20 I'm seeing says 9. That's
Oh, you got those stupid
weird.
visual dice still turned on?
Yeah,
It must be your mod for you.
I'm confused. That's weird. Okay.
Stop bashing me, Terrio. Terrio's bashing me.
So does
Really
9
stupid.
fail to hit a wall?
No, it gets tangled in it falls short. It gets tangled up in the stuff on the ground along with some of the rope.
How many more of those arrows do you have?
It's about the rope, isn't it? You could probably pull it back. It's going to take a little time.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
Pull it
Take a
back.
bit of time. Everybody except for Kiernan can make me perception checks.
Uh-oh.
15. I am less perceptive. I'm fascinated by his attempt to.
Terrio! Not yet. You can be the sound of a manticore. in a minute.
Touches. Touches got the eyes open.
I'm so perceptive.
Tim, perception.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. I probably can't see shit.
It's in the
You
piece.
ca-
Ooh, no.
Tatia's eyes in the sky. That's pretty good.
Our one non-dark visioned person.
Sad thing.
Well, but don't
One foot.
forget, even if someone doesn't have dark vision, they're still going to be able to see a glowing green comet in the sky, right?
Wait, that's why she sees it. She's
Man.
Perception is
Our melees are terrible at seeing anything.
the fighters don't get a lot of skills. Visual dice don't work right on this sheet. There you go, Bill. Chat tells you that when you're rolling your 3D dice, they don't work right for this sheet.
What the seriously? It's like that's what I look at, you know. But yeah, I mean,
that's why you turn
Number-
them off and just look at the number it puts in the. chat.
yeah,
That's-
I think that's if that's the source of record, I'm cool with that. So apparently, I rolled a 1.
You know, they're not ideal. Okay, Tatia turns around and sees in the sky there is a green thing flying towards them. Kiernan is busy coiling the rope in and probably has about another 10, 15 feet left to pull. Every time he kind of pulls a foot in, it gets tangled on something and he has to work it loose.
Sure.
So it's taking a bit of time.
I whisper shout, Kiernan, we've got company.
There's company.
How far?
Yeah, I was gonna ask
Is
how
it
far
out?
away.
Like how long do we have? You know, if
Yeah.
it's
So
half a mile out, we got time. But if it's not, fuck.
Tatia estimates that it is heading directly at you, and it probably will be on you in about, let's say, 4 rounds.
Oh God.
All right.
I don't think is that going to be enough time to you shoot the bow
No.
again and then going across.
No.
1, 2, 3. No, it'll take me 3 rounds to get across, and the rest of you longer. I'll be able
Run.
I think it'll just chase us.
So let's get cover and set.
Where are you getting cover from?
As it gets close, I'm
This is a relatively open area in front of this.
like it chose.
Like almost it chose it on.
As it approaches, I'm going to tap myself with my wand of.
I'm
Okay.
still going to hell. I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to shoot arrow.
Okay, hold on. Let's get this right. Hold on. So you are. I'm on the wrong thing. Token layer. Moving. So you're still here. Yeah. If Kiernan's still right by the pit, where is everyone else? Somebody's measuring.
So I guess I'm somewhere over.
Yeah, I was probably over here because I was trying to observe his.
Hal, if it gets too close, I do want to cast a spell around before we start engaging. If we do engage.
Do you have spirit? You have spells. Okay, everybody's kind of lined up in a line. That's perfect for its lightning ability. Buligup's gonna move. He's gonna be, I guess, near Iketsu, kind of looking at the crap. Why wouldn't we? We all in a line. Okay. So the Manticore flies into range. It seems to be heading towards the opening of its nest, and as it gets to kind of the edge of the nest, it notices you all. Now, Kiernan, you have a couple.
Yeah, I'm assuming we have 4 rounds of stuff before. So I'm going to try to shoot that bow again. Brace it for, have people.
Okay.
Right.
Shoot your bow. 19. Okay, your arrow flies across and embeds securely in the wall. Just
All right. That's an attack, and I'll use move action to try to.
you won't. That's a full round to do that tight enough. That's a stand. You can't just quickly knot it off. It's just not going to be good enough. Okay, what's anyone else doing this first?
I'm shielded.
Good. Anyone else?
Can I do anything? I'm looking.
What do I do?
Got a compound bow. Magic.
Oh,
Pew pew.
apparently rolled blur.
No. I was looking at the ability. How long does this?
1 minute per level, which should be longer.
So 4 minutes. Okay. So right before the round that it engages, I will cast.
Yeah, one combat round is 6 seconds. So if you cast it now, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I'll cast blur.
Okay, blur.
Doesn't either Tatia or Kiernan have displacement from an item too? I seem to remember we kept forgetting that in combats.
I don't remember.
I have that with abilities that are not dark vision based. I have a 50% mischance in dim light.
I was thinking that Tatia or somebody had a cloak of displacement or something. I know I have the cloak of
I
resistance.
do have a shield of faith.
That's a nice.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now.
You cast it. You cast it.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast it.
Okay, touch cast Shield of Faith.
Woo! Spells ring cast and all the things we get.
Party's kind of scared, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, second round. Bill, you're fastening the rope.
Yep.
Luckily, the
tighten it off.
Manticore
The
probably
And,
wants.
and I don't know if anyone's got like a ready to action to shimmy across once I finish it, but
all got normal actions. So you tighten off the rope and you pull it as tight as you can. The rope is reasonably tight across the cavern.
go, 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 go.
Anybody going?
Sure.
Yes.
Have to have thorns rain down from the sky, get it into a close quarter combat.
Who's going first?
Me.
Okay. Do some climb checks.
We.
Climb check. I thought you said acrobatics. Tatia and I are apparently. Of course.
Yay.
You're both going at once.
That probably would
Pardon?
probably be bad for the tensile strength of the rope and the anchor point.
The rope will handle
Yeah.
it just fine.
So are you guys going across?
Thatcher is just starting to climb across.
Hmm. Does she have enough time to get across before?
No, she's not going to be able to get across. She might, maybe, but probably.
Half movement. Might not.
Then I probably won't.
Half-
I probably won't try if
half
she's not even going to get to the cave. I will probably
Oh
secure
my
myself
gosh.
over here.
Is that a bad idea to go across the rope then?
It's a
Apparently,
great idea.
Okay.
It's a great idea. We should all do it.
it's split
Hey.
the party, you know. And
Whenever Hal says that, that's a bad idea.
Okay, yeah, so I'm not gonna go on the rope then.
do you want to be dangled above a big field of daggers before the thing?
No,
starts?
what I want to do is shoot a moonbeam at this stupid thing whenever it gets within close range.
I have skillfully drawn a rope upon the map.
Thank
Aw.
you.
So
Red rope.
because I have pretty excellent night vision, does it look like the detritus and sharp, I don't know, booby traps, if you will, are in the cave as well? Like if I were to land at its destination,
Far as you-
what?
60 feet.
60.
You can see that it continues at least into the entrance. It may or may not be in.
We
But is
really
it
need
as
your
far as I
magne-
can?
Yeah, you can't see an edge to it.
Okay.
So what you doing this round? You've just wasted a round. Shot the stuff, thinged the stuff. What's anyone else doing? Anything? No. Bill, what you doing the third round? It's definitely close. What's the range on move?
First.
Let me take a look.
She blinds it and it crashes down.
Would be nice, wouldn't
Where did my mouse go?
Oh, this would be one of the things that actually the flesh curdle might work on. I don't know if it has natural armor.
Oh, to cripple its wing.
20 range is 30 feet.
30 feet.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
All right, can I use it now?
Oh, it's nowhere near you.
Oh,
30 feet.
I thought you said it
30
was
feet.
pretty close.
30 feet from you is here.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Never mind.
It's like rounds away. It's like hundreds of feet, but it's moving at 50 foot around.
Okay.
So this round, it's going to get into some kind of range. I'm going to say GM layer, click the token.
Well, what's the order? We should probably do initiative because
Okay,
it sounded like I had a chance to do something, whether I was going to go across or do something. So if it looks like it's going to be on us, I'm not going to try to make it. I'm just going to launch an arrow at it, which it's
I
in
just
range.
need to find the defensible hiding spot I can cast spells from. You know.
Right, it's pretty open here. That's part of the fun.
That old car door, you know.
Yeah, what you eating?
Kettle.
Antelope. The fork, how fancy. What have you got, Whit? Some kind of pasta.
Mhm.
Spaghetti.
That's right.
Fellatio's.
Fellatio's. Hold on, my turn order needs to be cleared.
It seems empty to me.
Was, except for it's not on my side. Now it is. Okay, go ahead and fire off your initiatives, please. Remember,
Select
if
your
you click
token first.
exactly, and then you can roll the initiative.
4.
4.
I am
That's
the
a
slowest.
mighty 4. Kiernan has a mighty 23. That's pretty good.
I have a 26.
Give me 26. My creature has a 23.
Oh!
20 for Iketsu. Buligup gets a 12. Nice work, people. That's pretty good initiatives. And let us descending order it. Kiernan, the Manticore is just hovering over the edge of its thing. It looks like it's going to its cave, and then it turns its attention towards you.
Well, since I go before it in combat, it looks like I might be able to get sneak on it. So I am going to shoot it with my bow.
Can you see it that range? I mean, it's glowing, but
Sure, it's glowing, right? But I suck at the attack and the damage anyway, so I miss.
Ow,
Probably.
just roll 2 ones.
Yes.
The algorithm is not correct on this.
Technically flat-footed, but you still missed it.
Yeah, there is something not right here. I see a bunch of dice falling. I see a 9, and I have a huge plus. So 9 plus 8 would be a 17. So why does it say 10? This makes no sense.
Because it was a 2 plus 8, it says.
What?
So chat recommends that my monster attacks the guy with the crappiest initiative.
But
No!
this is
With a
weird.
wizard.
So I'm not sure I want to use this. Last week it was working fine. Every time it's been working fine. This
I'm
week
not
there's-
even made out of meat.
There's
It's useless
something
to it.
wrong. I'm just going to use /R to roll from now
You
on.
think your auto roller isn't working?
Something's wrong with it because the dice that I see roll are
So
not
they're
including pluses and are not.
not representative of the score that's coming up on the actual digital roller.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Visual dice type.
it's always worked before, and I didn't jack around with the character sheet, so I don't know what in the hell's wrong. But this, like the last few rolls I've made, haven't made sense either. So I don't know what's going on.
Half the time we didn't see your rolls in the last games either, too.
Yeah. So this.
All right. Shoot an arrow. It skitters off into the darkness. Mutant Manticore. Here's its horrifying mutant Manticore-ish
Yeah.
head.
It says it said it rolled an 8. How did I end up with a 10? It makes no sense.
On my screen,
says
it
you rolled a
shows
2.
So it shows you rolled a 2, so you had a +8, so that's how I got a 10, according to this.
Okay, I'm just gonna do /R for the rest of tonight. So okay, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
That's fine.
Or just base it on what it says in chat and turn off the visual dice option.
Yeah, but it's never had a problem before. But I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna turn off visual. I'm sorry. Continue.
Thanks. Chat is actually talking to you about the dice and how the sheet doesn't work well with them.
Yeah.
So I guess that makes sense, right? The sheet doesn't work well with the dice.
Boo.
Unfortunately, these things are hideously complex now.
Yeah.
They are. They honestly are hideously complicated. And there's no need. Oh, where did Bill go?
I just hit reconnect. So sorry.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Like that. Just in case.
God damn it! Now Tim's gone for me.
Tim, well, he's not that pretty anyway.
Oh.
It's the mutant Manticore.
Lovely.
Ugly.
He doesn't
It's
think
like it's
so.
got the mange.
Mum thinks he's beautiful.
He's got like Christmas sores.
Its mother is probably driven mad by mutation too.
Possible. I think it's a good picture though. I like it a lot.
It's
Oh,
terrible.
so it's not. Oh, so it's not its nest, is it?
Oh,
Uh-oh.
it's
Just outside
flying back. So it sees you and it turns towards the group.
That
And
green goo, I
let's-
assume, means it's got some sort of a poisonous bite.
Mhm.
That little icon for the Manticore is so stupid looking.
Really? Oh yeah, I just found it. Yeah, it's like a model of it.
The very model of a modern Manticore.
Okay, so what's happening?
It is flying.
And
Probably firing tail spikes at one of us.
Thinking
more.
about that. Flies to kind of over its nest about here. Into the middle.
That looks like a little toy animal with the Play-Doh.
I think it's a model of a Manticore. Let's not lie. It's a model of a Manticore.
If we can knock it out of the air, it'll fall on sharp spikes, but it probably sleeps on those sharp spikes. So.
Okay, I'm just moving initiative out of the way. And it's not visible. That's annoying. Let's put it there, and that should do it. There we go. All right, it then aims some of it kind of flips its tail. It's hovering in the air. As it kind of flaps its wings, bits of the stuff beneath it start to roll and move. Bits of sharp wire start to kind of blow towards you all.
Oh, lovely.
Right? Is that right?
But we're up on the edge.
Right. It's not
Right,
blowing it out. Not there yet. It's just
going to wing buffet Detrius into us and kill us that way.
Sure.
Right, it's going to wing buffet like a dragon can. It fires. Its tail kind of flips forward from underneath it while it's flying, and it showers spikes towards you.
Ow.
Oh.
How indeed.
Luckily, it'll probably run out of how many spikes it can do a day. I think they take a day to regrow them or something, if I remember right.
Regrow spikes. This is also correct. Unless this one specifically has no. Where the fuck is its spike? God damn it! I've missed its spike attack off. I've got to go up its spike attack. Give me one moment.
Hopefully, it rolls as bad as Kiernan.
Please.
Oh, there it is. I got it. Okay. No worries. All right. Let me just really quickly add that to its sheet. Spikes. Attack. Does it have a big attack? I wonder if it does. Big attack. Crit range. Damage. Damage isn't that bad. Damage is quite easy. Damage is light. Let's not lie here. Damage is light.
That's good, because so are my hit points.
So we are hit
That's kind of
points,
funny.
isn't it, though?
I specifically state I look inconspicuous.
Quick, Bill, look like a female Manticore.
La, la, la.
Start making its noise. Start squawking or roar or whatever.
Arg. Okay.
Shake
I'll
that
do it.
booty.
Okay, from where it is, I see a nice spread of 4 people just standing. So you're going to get a spike each. So Kiernan, Nicodemus, Tatia, and Ikedzu are all getting a spike in that order. So first spike to Kiernan, second to the tiger, third to Tatia, and 4 to Ikedzu. Sound fair?
Is Tatia still here? Her camera went off for me.
No.
Yeah, did for me too. Is it against AC? Is it a reflex save? What is that?
Just an attack. All right, 25 against Kiernan.
That is a hit.
16 against the tiger.
Miss. Tiger's like 20, I
28
remember.
against Tatia.
If for some reason the screen looks black for me, even though I know that it doesn't look like that, I tried to reconnect, so I can't.
Okay, no worries. So what? Roll 20's gone black.
Yeah, for me.
Nice. It's going to be good for tactical combat.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Try
I
to-
also have it on Twitch, so I'm looking at it there.
There you go. A couple of seconds behind us. That's good.
It's pretty delayed on Twitch though. You might want to just refresh or reconnect with.
Tachia's at
20.
23 normally, so.
All right, I'm gonna click reconnect again.
See, I like this idea about villain. There you go. I see you.
Yep.
Yay!
You're back.
I see the black map though.
Have a look around the map. Look more in the top corner. It might have just centered you.
Nah. It's not
Oh.
that. I mean, like I see all of our icons. It's happened to me twice already. I see all of our icons. It's happened to me twice already.
Oh, like your eye. Oh, like your vision is gone.
Yeah.
That's annoying. Okay, so we'll deal with it. So Tatia, your 28 will hit you, and Aketsu an 11 will not hit you, right?
No, sir.
Kiernan, you're taking 7 points of damage, and Tatia, you're taking 11 points of damage.
Yeah.
Ooh. Ouch.
It roars and ichor drips down from its terrifying mouth.
That's nasty.
Son of a gun.
Okay, that's my
Can
Manticore.
Shield of Faith do anything to help with that?
I think Shield of Faith increases your armor class, but I don't think it increases it quite enough.
Also, is it only you, or is it other people as well? Or because a little bit of a bonus would
I
have
think
made
it's-
that miss me.
I think it's personal.
Personal for Shield of Faith. That's the point, right? You're the one with the faith. You get shielded.
I have faith. I have lots of faith. Lots of faith.
It's touch, actually. It's touch, so she can cast it on others. But it adds +2 deflection to armor class, and I don't think you've got a 26 armor class, have you?
No, but if he would have given me a +2, that would have missed, I think.
Yeah, well, it hit. Okay. So it is now a Ketsu. What you doing, a Ketsu?
Oh, hey, by the way, did you roll also for blur whenever it attacked?
Oh, a 20% miss
Yeah.
chance. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Way to rub it in there.
I'm just gonna hold my attack.
Clearly, the Manticore's spines also blind you if they hit. What are you holding for? Just in case it comes flying.
Yeah, so I'm gonna move.
Okay. Okay, so you're moving a little, and then just waiting with your sword in case it. There. All right. Buligup has a ranged attack. Does he have a ranged attack? He really needs something for.
Throw the glaive, man.
Oh, his glaive. His
Right.
magical glaive.
It's like
The symbol of.
the Winter King, yeah.
I mean, I guess on my turn I could have shot it with my composite.
Good try.
I mean,
it's up to you.
we're basically either you jump in to engage it in hand to hand, or you shoot it with a bow. That's essentially what we're at right now, right?
It's currently flying above where it is. It's actually 10 feet, maybe more above its nest. So even if you were under it, you'd have trouble.
Well, he's got
I
a
could enlarge you
giant
if you get in
two-handed
there, but
weapon.
yeah.
He's got a giant two-handed weapon, and he's like 7 feet tall. He might be able to.
It's true. You might be able to hit it.
Might be like -2 to hit, but he'd still have a
There's
chance.
nothing to stop it just flying upwards, is there?
Not unless I can cripple it.
So, Tim, you good?
Yep.
All right. Buligup moves to the edge of the canyon. I will get you, evil creature! He kind of waves his glaive in its vague direction, but he looks like action as well. Tatia, what?
Now Moonbeam has a radius of 30 or a range of 30 feet.
You can do it.
Can I? Okay.
I think if you move to the edge,
It's only a 5-foot step too.
take a 5-foot step and you can cast it.
Yeah.
You're casting Moonbeam. What doth it do?
She's mooning it.
That's 5. Oh, it's total miss. That's a 5.
That's still a hell of an attack because it's not only ranged, it does damage, and it has blindness capability, which is great for a ranged combatant.
Why don't we just check its touch attack, as it is technically a large creature? Nope, its touch attack is than a 5. Maybe a blind, unconscious, sleepy troll might have been hit by that. Moving flashes out into the sky. Is the cat?
The cat scooted up closer to me. But that's not doing it.
All right, Alexander, bring out big guns.
I'm pretty sure Flesh Curdle won't bring it out of the air because that would just hamper its movement speed. So
Oh, you mean it could still fly, but it wouldn't move as.
So I will. Oh shoot! If I blind it, it might just fly away.
Okay, sure.
What the heck?
We want to get into the cave, right?
Well, we want to kill it. We can take our time getting into the cave if we kill it. We came here to kill it.
I don't know if it has young. We could get its treasure. We could do all sorts of cool stuff.
Well, yeah, but we have to kill it first.
You do what you want, man.
All
I'd
right,
rather it not kill us, though. Just by my point.
Yes, which is why we kill it. I'm going to fire off magic missile, and I'm going to pump my caster level by 4.
Oh,
Okay, so you're pumping your caster level by 4 with your special weapon.
Alexander's
Holy crap!
Alexander's going
Casting
for
mag-
MVP again.
How many magics is that?
I think that gives me. Is that 1 more or 2 more? That's 1d. So I normally get 3. That would put me up to 7th. That'll put me to 4. Or no, I might 2 at 3rd. I'll get that'll put me at 4.
4 missiles?
Yep.
Okay. You shoot 4 balls of green light shoot out of your head.
And I will just type this in because it's
Foe de foe
yeah.
plus foe.
Daka.
4 points.
8.
Oh, I did 1d4. Never mind.
Okay, so that's 8. So do another 3d. Oh no, do another 3d4 and don't add the plus 4.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a good roll, though. It's back
Yeah.
so far.
So another 8. So 16 overall.
Nice.
It gets hit from all sides by 4 little balls that fly through the sky.
Nice.
Nice work.
Primary target acquired. Wizard is about to die.
Wizard just made himself a target, is what just happened.
Huh?
It kind of staggers in the air, but just kind of continues to flap its wings.
That's why I'm hiding behind everybody. It couldn't see really where they came from,
Because it's 10 feet up in the air, it totally couldn't see you.
Yeah.
Kiernan, what you doing?
So all right, I'm gonna just shoot it with the bow. I guess it's too risky to try to make it across the path. Do I see, before I start to attack though, do I see anything in its nesting area with my superior dark vision? Is there anything like eggs or scuttling around young or something that I could shoot at that would enrage it to come at me close?
Nothing moving that you can see. Yeah, there's never been anything moving here.
All right, so volley of arrows at it.
Volley being 1 arrow.
Yes, but I want it to sound cool. Thank
Volley
you
of
for
what?
ruining it. What
Volley of
happened
what?
to? Yeah, why did the character sheet disappear? What's the hell's going on here?
I've been having some issues. My chat collapsed tonight. I'm wondering if the internet is just straining at the moment.
Yeah, everyone's doing roll 20s tonight or something.
Something tonight.
It's all the porn. Things fault.
I'm
All right.
sure that's definitely happening.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually do /R because I'm not trusting this macro anymore.
Okay. What are we /R'ing your to hit?
1d20 plus 8 because that's my to hit with bow. All right, let's do it. 19.
Okay, a 19. Let's see. A 19 is a hit. You hit it squarely.
Excellent. Now, I assume it has dark vision?
It does.
All right, so I don't get sneak on it, I take it. I don't know how it works with ranged attacks because it's within
think you
30
have to do
feet, but it
like
knows I'm
30
there, right? So,
Right, so it's not a sneak attack.
shit.
But you're standing there and aiming in full vision. It's difficult to be sneaky about.
You needed to coat your bolt in a full pint of numinarium fluids.
Exactly.
Right?
4 damage. I am.
But what if you wanted to hit it trapezoidally?
Right. 4 damage. This is not This is not sustainable. So
Your arrow flies through the air and literally just skitters off its skin.
it doesn't do any damage.
It's got
Literally,
DR.
just rattles down into the ground below it.
Fuck. All right. This is bad.
Okie dokie. Let's see. Ooh, I have 5 targets now, but the wizard hit it, and it doesn't like that. So it's going to raise itself up a little, and it's going to fire 2 darts at the wizard, and it's going to have to move forward to do that a little. I think it's going to have to go there.
Not cool, man.
2, 3. Although it moves forward 5 feet as it rises slightly, so it can see. I want to keep calling Gary the elf, and that's terrible. Alexander in the back, and then we will randomize for the other 2. So I have 5 targets. So top to bottom, I have the 1. So that's Kiernan, and another 1, also Kiernan. So 2 on Kiernan. 2 on Alexander. Do you have a preference as first or second, gentlemen?
Well, I'm sorry. You rolled a 1 S5, just calling shenanigans on.
Oh, it's an
of
S.
course. It's of course going to roll a 1.
So
I got fucked by you. Just saying.
Sorry.
At least buy me dinner. At least buy me dinner and a drink first. All right.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's a 4 and a 1, so you're still getting a spike in the ass, and Buligup catching the other one.
And I will take it with a smile.
So let's do the first 2 on Alexander, then Kiernan, then Buligup. I'm good.
Yep.
29 critical with a 26 confirm on Alexander.
Oh shit!
For a total of 90 damage.
Oh god. All right. I think we GTFO.
Then a 27 on Alexander, doing 9 more damage for a total of 28 damage. 28 on Kiernan for a total of 8 damage. And Buligup backflips out of the way of his on a 13.
And I'm just gonna run out of there. Terrified.
I collapse.
Maybe.
I collapse to the.
The rest of them dead.
Alexander?
I'm collapsing unconscious unless I can do blessed heal thing on myself.
You're unconscious. You take an action.
I'm unconscious and I'm at -4.
You're actually dying. Alexander is dying.
I have to go help him.
He took a critical and a major hit. So yeah.
No, Ketsu, it's you.
My screen is black. I just see the characters.
Oh,
You gotta go up to the left. The same thing was happening with refresh.
But he said,
Oh, I see. Oh,
just moved him. For some reason, it centered the map.
So how is your jump ability? Can you jump and it's only 10 feet off the ground and we're up on this ridge? Can you jump across and?
I will.
I would love to see.
We're gonna go out with a.
You're going to run forward and jump. It is currently it's 15 feet away from.
nobody tosses a squid.
Right.
Well, he's got high ground. That frickin' episode 3 taught us that gives him the advantage in combat.
But it's
He's a Jedi now.
actually, if anything, it's slightly higher than you now, having lifted up to see Alexander.
Ah, well then.
So it's if I jump over there, would I be able to hit it?
Maybe. I mean,
This is what I get for contributing to combat.
No, jump is part of your movement, so yes, technically, you will then be able to attack it on the fly. You will then land in its nest
Of
somewhere.
spikes.
All right, let's. Seems like a terrible idea.
Jump is where's jump? I can never find jumping and falling. Here we go. Long jump, 15 feet. Let's say 15 feet gets you to it. Let's say so it's going to be acrobatics to make jumps or
No, not acrobatics. Make it straight.
That's okay. You only get your armor penalty on
Yeah,
it.
why wouldn't that be an athletics roll for him to jump?
I think it should be athletics, but it says it's acrobatics.
Well,
Okay,
he's
let's-
What am I doing? Doing cartwheels
Yeah, he's
in
doing-
midair? I mean,
yeah, he's doing a barbarian leap and Hulk smash, right?
yes.
Yeah. Thanks. Hang on. Checking.
Because my acrobatic is a -5, by the way.
That's pretty great, actually. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's under.
Mark, you're pretty.
High jump.
There is no athletic skill. What are you talking about? It is acrobatics.
Yeah.
You're confuddling me, Bill.
Why?
Dive, flip, jump, and roll.
Gosh, I would just have thought it was okay. Seems
Man,
jumping.
if I jump it, so I jump in there, I'm not getting out. Or I could take Lx&R's body and just take off, just run.
Could do that.
Oh man,
Oh,
I'm thinking, see if I want, because it's -5 for me to jump.
is it?
Well, on my character sheet it says -5.
Well, it's his armor
Armor
penalty
penalty,
and
yeah,
all
that's
that.
That's your armor penalty.
I think that's
Uh,
calculated in because you said his armor penalty on his sheet. He probably has no dex and 5 armor penalty.
Yep.
Oh,
So it's literally a straight roll -5.
you gonna do it?
God.
I know.
Oh, I mean, I thought about taking Lx&R's body and just GTFO.
Could do that also.
Screw it. I'm jumping in there. Fuck it. Oh well.
Okay.
Oh, you crazy diamond.
You're jumping in. Do you
Yeah.
hate this character so very much, Tim?
I really like this character. I really do.
Okay, so I'm very happy you're about to turn into some kind of chowder. Okay, go for it.
Oh,
Oh, I like that. For a running jump, the result of your acrobatics check indicates the distance traveled.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a 15. Oh, that's exactly what you needed to go 15 feet.
There you go.
oh,
You
a
get one-
20!
So you get a swing as you fall to the fall
So
down.
I'll be generous and let you literally use Buligup space to run through because you're going to need to, and then jump.
Okay.
So, just because it's kind of cool. So you leap forward. Technically, you're left, so you're actually in this square underneath it. Move Buligup. Move Buligup. Stop that. Be back. Okay, so you're technically underneath it, but as you go,
Yes! Oh, that was my roll. That was my best roll for the night. Rolled a 20 on acrobatic.
It's amazing though.
Now you're going to roll a 1 to hit.
shit.
Oh, you jinxed it, you son of a.
I fucking rolled a 1!
Oh.
Seriously?
This a 9. That's a 20 to do the jump, and then a 9.
But great.
That's
It was
you
also with a 1.
rolled a 1 in there too.
So now Kiernan is seriously starting to think that he is secretly a disciple of the god of accidental deaths, because this is
Definitely something.
More on purpose deaths. He's just suicidal. He threw himself under a gate. He throws himself into the Manticore nest.
You crash into the ground and land kind of knee deep inside of the spikes and glass and wire. And you have the great honor of taking
Didn't he clear that all out with his wing buffets of blowing it towards us?
6 points of damage as you land in the
How
Detroit.
much?
6.
6.
Oh.
Your legs are like pierced by wire and spikes and glass, full of rust and horror and terribleness. Above you, couple of drops of green ichor drop down near you and start to steam quietly as the Manticore continues to flap. It's a bit dusty down here with bits of wire and crap flying around.
Sizzle, sizzle.
Oh my god! Every time I roll, it's either 1 or a 2.
Buligup is still not in range and is not stupid. Buligup will dash to Alexander and feed him a healing potion.
Oh, thank you, Buligup.
Ah, you are welcome. You are the only one that has done anything to this beast. So time to get up and do some more. Oh,
No,
dude,
I'm still unconscious.
Stabilized.
Yes.
Great.
Stabilized, still unconscious.
Super. Better than nothing.
Is that
Tatia,
what
it's
the
you.
roll- that was all the roll did? Oh man.
Buligup's got a potion.
I will also give you healing
What are you
bits.
giving? Spell a spell. You casting a spell?
Light wounds.
Pick him up. At least then he can run on his own. I feel bad for Iketsu right now.
Hey man, I did a 20 getting in there, and then I flopped my hit. Like
It was
as
amazing.
usual.
That's exactly what happens, and it's amazing. Good for drama. Oh, I love it.
Do I need to do anything?
You need to roll it.
The healing
Click
spell.
just click where it says Cure Light Wounds on your spells list, and it should roll it.
10.
There you go.
A 10. There you go.
That will get me back up.
Yay.
All right, Alexander, it's you. Unless the tiger's doing anything.
No.
Okay.
I am going to try to, what the hell? Seeing where Ketsu is, I'm going to try and move forward into 35 feet of him.
How's that going to be? Like up to the edge, basically?
Sure. Yeah. I'll move. Yeah. Like there. And I'm going to cast Enlarge.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Hi. Hello, friend of Hall's.
It's Alex.
Hello, pilot friend of Hall's.
Hello.
Say hello to the internet.
Oh yeah, you're being streamed. You're being streamed online.
Internet, say hello to Leah's flight instructor.
Woo!
Hello.
The internet says hello.
The internet says hello.
And Ketsu becomes an.
Oh, really? You're enlarging a Ketsu.
Now he's high enough to hit it in melee.
Tall enough now, and there should be enough things on the sheet to.
Yeah, I believe you gave him the ups for that and stuff.
There he is, larger Iketsu. You know, 4 squares instead of 1.
Ooh.
Big you are. What? There you go. Big Iketsu.
And now you want to roll the other weapon.
Hopefully,
Chat's asking if enlarge is a full round cast.
1 round. Same time.
Round or 1 standard action?
1 round.
So that means it's going to.
Oh, crap.
So it doesn't go into effect until your next turn.
Well, fine. You feel a tingle.
Right, you're starting to grow. Your feet, your nose, your other accoutrement. Okay, good. Kiernan, it's you. Iketsu looks like he's maybe a shade taller.
Starting to get there.
Right.
All right. So I'm going to go and back the play. I'm going to go for broke here. I am not proficient in it because I've been trying to look at what my next move is while other people have been doing stuff.
Good call.
So it is, I am not proficient in it, but I have a pretty high ranged attack bonus. and I only have to hit its touch AC. I am going to use my polymer mesh net to try to tangle it so that it comes to the ground.
There's no way you're going to throw a net that far.
I'm going to do the same leap attack and throw it because it's got a 10-foot range.
So you don't have the run up that he had, so you're going to be at negatives for the jump. It's going to be tough, especially with non-proficiency because you're at -4 for that.
-4, right? But I have to only hit touch AC, so.
Right, you want Buligup to try a net. He's proficient in them.
Well, he's got one, so he should use it.
Yeah.
Also, it's 10 feet off the ground, so flying, doing its thing.
I can't do anything else, right?
I'm more than willing to let you try, but there's going to be lots that you're going to be a negative to the jump, and you're going to be -4 to the attack.
Right.
But I mean, he only has to
That's
get
a
so
plus.
close to be throwing the net.
Right.
That's true, and then he plummets into the detritus in the bottom.
Exactly. Comes a pincushion.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I will take, which one did I have here? Hold on.
In chat, they asked if enlarge is a full round cast.
We got that. Yes, it is.
Oh, I missed that. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yep.
I had all this energy and I'm fading fast.
Don't worry, you'll be dead soon.
Ah, thanks.
Yay!
Don't. Apparently, chat says it looked cool. You've got to do it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You know what?
I don't even think you can make the jump. You need a 10-foot run to make it even reasonably feasible.
10. Yeah, but if I go back 10 feet, I still have movement left and make the jump, right? So.
Right.
Well, it's what, 15 feet to reach the edge of the Manticore for the.
Yeah, you need the move to be able to make the jump, right?
Yep. 10. Yeah. So if I go back 10 feet, I still have enough movement rate to get within 10 feet of it. So you know what? There's nothing else I can do, unless I'm really going to. Alexander's back up, but Iketsu's in there.
Chat says definitely do it.
Yeah. No guts, no glory.
Right? Fortune favors the foolish.
Yeah, the way I'm rolling though.
I know. Every time I attack, Hal has me gipped. I keep rolling 1s and 2s.
Nothing to do with me, Tim.
Well, regardless, I'm still blaming you. It doesn't matter if.
I know, it's okay. I appreciate it.
It's his killer DM settings.
What can I say?
Does Buligup have a net? I thought he did.
Buligup does have that.
All right, I'm going to tell him to try to use your net, and I'm going to go for it. I'm going to back up.
Okay.
And leap.
Okay, chat's definitely eager for you to try this. All right, here we go.
Mountain do it.
Athletics check for the jump. You back up and you run forward and leap towards the flying Manticore and the slightly growing Iketsu.
I'm using the roller instead of fuck.
Acrobatics.
All right, so I don't make it as far, but I still have my movement rate, so I take the damage or whatever anyway.
So you jump. If the check fails by 4. Oh dear.
Fall on your face.
Oh, if you fail by 5 or more, you fail to make the jump and fall. Okay, so you leap, but the leap is not graceful. You are not able to release the net. In fact, if anything, the net's actually probably what caused the leap to not be graceful in the first place.
Well, the net's folded up, but sure.
Angle, you're concentrating on what you're throwing, and maybe a little bit of it came loose, and you were like, crap, and then you fell, and you fall basically flat into the spikes of the pit. So you technically, you actually move 9 feet, so that's a good thing, right? 9 feet towards it. Am I on the wrong layer?
Yeah, I'm still within range though.
You are basically next to a cave. Nothing's opening.
If I go 9 feet, I'm actually one over.
Yeah, put yourself in the pit. There you go.
Yeah.
You're about there, heading towards the Manticore, and you have the grand joy of taking double damage from the fall curve. Bad one. Have 8 damage from falling into the spikes and tetanus.
Right. Wait, what's going on here? Hold on a second. What is...
Alrighty. I have a Manticore that's flying in the sky.
Oh, hold on. I still get my attack. Hold on here.
We're going to throw the net. That was your attack.
No, jump was my movement action. Now I get an attack.
You're going to throw the net.
Yeah, exactly. That's all I can do is throw the net. I get a -4, so I have a plus.
Okay.
So I have a total of a +4 to my roll, but I have to hit its touch AC.
Okay, what's the range of a
10
net?
feet, and I'm within 5 feet. So.
Oh, you're actually 10 feet above you.
Well, 10 feet. So. And I miss. So there we are. I've got the dice rolling curse today. I haven't rolled higher.
You have got the curse of dice. The net just is tangled in the crap around you and just doesn't go.
Totally makes sense.
A fortitude save for that. Straight roll it in. Okay, my Manticore has 2 wonderful targets, so you're getting 2 spikes apiece. 2 to Bill and 2 to.
Are you guys both up on your tetanus jabs?
It can.
Holy shit! How many spikes does this thing shoot?
And how it can attack us both on opposite sides, essentially. Oh Jesus!
It'll eventually run out of them.
Eventually.
These are its last spikes.
Well, I don't care how many spikes it has. It's just.
Feel better. These are its last spikes, so be thankful it's firing them at you. Bill's the first 2. Or would you like Iketsu to be the first 2?
Sure, I'll take the first ones.
Okay, Iketsu gets the first. Because seeing as my best rolls have been on the first ones.
Oh.
Iketsu first 2.
Yeah, that's the.
A 20. Will that hit you? That's not rolled well.
No, that shouldn't.
A 14, a 12, and a 12. I don't think that hits anybody.
I'm not hit.
That
Thank
hits
God.
that one. Its buffeting wings cause damage from the detritus that is around you. You have each the great joy of taking 3 additional damage from rolling crap that's being blown through past you.
I'm about dead, folks.
Just the 2 of them, or
Just those 2.
okay.
I am about dead.
Kestu, you are not large. You are normal size.
Oh. All right. So.
Delay.
You'll be large when you are getting bigger, but you'll be enlarged fully when Alexander's turn comes around. Like Kiernan said, you could technically delay until after Alexander's turn, at which point you would be large and could then attack.
So I save my action until Lx&R goes, and then I can do my attack.
Yeah.
So you're saying I can hold my action and make an attack after
Correct.
Lex goes? All right, then I'll do that.
After Alexander goes, but it drops you. It's going to make you. Let's make you 3.5 on the list and reorg you.
Out of morbid curiosity, what is its touch AC?
I'm not going to tell you that.
All right, so it's not a 6.
It's definitely not a 6. Buligup, he's looking shady at this point and not quite sure what to do. He doesn't want to go in there. He's only 2 feet tall, so he's not going to do well in like 4 feet of detritus.
I told him to use his net. I did say that, but he's got.
He has to be within 10 feet to throw it.
Sure.
Problem with being a tiny creature, right?
You could almost do it if you could walk across the rope.
That's true. He could almost do it if he could walk across the rope. What is his acrobatics? I don't know how good he is at it. I mean, he is okay at acrobatics, although he is wearing armor that reduces it slightly. He might fall in.
Yes.
Does he have like a range attack?
Oh, he has no ranged attacks at all. Looking forward to getting a bazooka, but he hasn't found one yet.
Yeah.
He's going to stay where he is and guard Tatia, and actually he might step up next to Alexander and look after him in case it comes in close. So he stands up next to Alexander, just on the edge.
Remember.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. Good call.
So you can do it to yourself. Don't forget. All right. Buligup has readied his action to attack if it moves anywhere near him. Tatia, it's you. What you gonna do? Big guns. Big guns.
Big guns. Well, I was
I love this
actually
chest just
thinking.
like everyone jump in the pit. Everyone in the pit.
Pit party.
It's a ball pool.
Yes, but part of me also wants to like cast healing.
Okay, you
Also
can
have
only
cure
do that
moderate.
when you're in touch range of them.
I have to be within 20.
Oh, it's touch, I think, isn't it, for cure spells?
Touch.
Well, there's some there's healing word or well, I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, that's not in this.
Yeah.
Cure.
Yeah,
Cure
creature
light.
touch.
Hang on,
Okay.
wait. A good spell that for this point might be spiritual weapon.
That's true. You can just send that.
Mm-hmm, and it'll just do its thing. I know you just picked it up. A weapon of force appears that attacks foes at a distance as you direct, dealing 1d6 points of force damage per hit, +1 per 3 caster, blah, 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 blah.
1d8.
I may have rolled it if I put it in right. Did I?
Nope.
Is it bad? No? Did I miss it out? Oh, I'm a terrible, terrible character person. It's awful. So you're rolling 1d8 plus 3. No, not +3, right? Yeah, 1d8 +1 damage.
Yep.
But it's like force damage, so
Yeah,
that
it'll
would
hit.
bypass damage reduction, right?
Correct.
Does she have to roll the hit then too, or is it?
I don't think she does she? Not for this one.
It just says dealing damage. Huh.
Weapon made of force appears, attacks your foe at a distance as you direct, doing 1d4, blah, 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 blah. The weapon takes the shape of a weapon, so it takes the shape of a star knife.
Okay. Uses your base attack bonus.
Oh, how? Hey, oh, it doesn't matter. I'll keep reminding you.
Plus your wisdom modifier.
What do I need
Okay.
to roll?
So you're going to be rolling, what's a BAB? As an oracle, it's going to be like a 3 at your level, I think.
Yeah.
So it's going to be like a +7, I think, to hit with this.
I'm rolling a what?
We're rolling a d20 +7 to try and hit with the force weapon.
D
Check it.
plus.
Everything's
Strikes
slow.
as a spell, not a weapon. It does damage to creatures that have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Roll a 27.
Crit threat.
It's a critical threat. Roll it again, Whit. Just push the up arrow and hit enter. It should re-roll it. It's a good job that wasn't damage. You have hit it, though, for 1d8 +1 damage.
Yay.
Roll 1d8 +1.
All right. So 1d8.
Yeah. So it can damage creatures that have damage reduction since it's.
Oh, nice. 7 damage. So a little tiny star knife appears behind it and stabs it in the back. And it kind of claws at it for a second and stares at Iketsu, who seems to be very large at this point. Come on, Alexander. Big spells from you.
Can I cast a new spell since I'm finishing the enlarged person, or?
Oh, no, yes. Enlarge finishes at the start of your turn. It's like a summon,
Okay.
right? They come into effect if your turn starts. So Iketsu now is fully enlarged.
Okay, and I'm free to cast again.
Yes. Yeah, you're free to have a full action. It doesn't take 2 turns to cast, only 1 full action.
What the hell? I'm gonna try blindness on this thing because that was fun before.
Okay, blindness. What is it?
DC 17 Fortitude.
Pretty good. DC 17 Fortitude. Blindness.
As I try to take its eyes.
Right? Does it affect? What's its target? Does it affect creatures?
1 living creature.
Living creature. That's good. Okay, just checking. Fort save. What does it need?
17.
Oh, here we go. Is it blind?
Drum roll.
25. It is not blind. It shakes its head and
+11.
throws extra eyes. Tim, stop looking at those numbers.
Oh, well, it's on the screen. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, Tim, stop looking at those numbers.
It's a
Anything
tough
else?
piece.
So, you happy where you are? Are you moving?
Use the strength you've been granted.
Are you happy to? Are you happy? Are you moving or anything? Thing?
I will step up here.
Okay, figured. Iketsu, it's you. You are in.
Yeah!
Finally.
All right. I'm going to roll a 2 this time. Yay!
I think we need to set that on your. Did I set it on your
Batter
sheet?
up,
I think you
motherfucker.
gave him enlarged weapon.
Yeah, it says large, great at.
Hang
PA.
on. I gave him a custom buff as well. Hold on. Let's just do that.
Prepare to get even more awesome.
Now we're now enlarged. Your stats have been adjusted accordingly, along with your armor class and other things.
Yay!
Which means your rolls will be affected accordingly.
Okay. All right.
So, Tim, you're going to roll that one. Yes, that's the one you're going to roll. Fucking hell. 26 to hit. Is that a hit?
28 slashing damage.
That's a disgusting amount of damage, Tim. You're dangerous when we can get you into combat.
Yeah.
Okay, so a 26 does actually hit.
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh, shit, with 28 damage, too. Fuck.
8 damage is a solid hit.
Yeah, probably taking 5 off for its DR or whatever, but
He's got a magic axe, though.
You really haven't rolled above a 3. 28. 28. It's just DR is blah blah blah. So that means that. That means it's got that left. It roars as you take a great chunk out of the side of it.
well, somebody's got its attention.
Somebody definitely has its attention.
That's not good.
The gigantic man has its attention. Kiernan, it's you.
It's good for me. I mean, this was a tactical spell.
You can now quietly sneak away.
Yeah.
Kiernan, you're on.
I know, and I'm like trying to figure out whether I want to try to do this net thing again.
Remember, guys, you have the. Hey, can we heal other people? Like at range?
No,
Cut.
you can heal other people as touch.
Oh, fuck. Can anybody in the group heal from range?
No.
No.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to try to. We need to get it down on the ground, right? So. God, does that even matter? Because no one else is going to come in this pit.
Surprise, it says DR25.
Yeah, surprise! DR25. Not quite that mean, but yes.
Well, my phone says the broadcast I was watching has ended.
Really?
I'm going to try to do this net again.
Apparently chat doesn't think so, because it's still watching something.
Oh, good.
Well, we are dropping frames for some reason.
Oh?
Yeah, we've dropped 0.5% of our frames have dropped. I'm guessing it's just a bit of an issue.
Now's the time for that random encounter to drop.
Yeah,
Right.
that would be bad, right? Let's see if you can put this down, and we probably need a wrap because we're taking a hammering apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to try to throw this net again.
Party weakness
So
revealed.
it's revealed.
It magically heals all previous damage. That would be hilarious.
Try roll a natural 1. I guess I just don't get this net thing.
The net's now tangled up in this shit. There's no way this is going to work.
I'm giving up.
Manticore, it's attacking Tim because.
Can I move? Well, I mean, I still have movement. Hold on a second.
You can move. Yeah, you can move.
Wade through the sharp.
Does it look like I'll get hurt if I move?
Yes. If you're going to move, you're going to get cut and sliced on these spikes.
All right.
You can make a reflex save to take half damage if you wish, but if you move through this, and it's considered difficult terrain now.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm too hurt.
Gonna lie there and hope someone messes with you.
Well, I
Dude, it's
mean,
not big still.
I'm trying to take this thing so it can't fly anymore, and I
Okay.
failed. So whatever. All right, it's it. It's it.
The Manticore.
I'm gonna use my move action to pull out a grenade.
Just in case you're the last one there.
Well, you know,
Take this.
Charlie, fuck you, Charlie exists in D&D just like anything else. So
Charlie. All right, so the Manticore moves into a well, they're basically fighting already. The Manticore closes on Aketsu and bites and claws at him.
Grapple it to the ground, Aketsu.
That's a bite for 16, which I think is a miss.
Yes, it's a miss.
Is it a miss with your AC's changed because you're enlarged?
Yes, yeah. It AC's 18, so.
And 2 claws, a 16 and a 17.
No. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
See, it's a good thing I enlarged you.
Right, except for his armor class drops.
He doesn't know that. He's just
Just
tough.
now.
I just got really big, and I'm like, I gotta get my haikus out.
because
There we go. Yeah.
because everyone knows that manticores love haikus.
Oh
A
yeah.
noble spirit and big as us all.
Biggins, I love that. Buligup is staying where he is, and just in case it comes nearer. Tatia, what you doing?
Who needs healing?
Kiernan, but you can't get to him.
Yeah.
I still could use some.
Actually, hang on. Maybe Buligup can like pull Kiernan out with it. No, it's not going to work with his glaive. It's going to rip him apart. Okay, Tatia, what you doing? Actually, Tatia, you could do with healing.
That's true. She's down 9 points.
Give me a buff. Give me a buff. Give me a buff.
Okay, where am
Chat's giving you advice.
Yeah, something that boosts his to hit.
who only have attacks that target AC? You should buy alchemist bombs or others save for half damage attack. That cool. All right. So
Tough
then,
fight, fly and stuff. Honestly, I thought I did put at least one of you down, so that's okay.
Well, I mean, if she can blind it, I can get sneak on it.
She can try and moonbeam it.
Yeah, if she moonbeams it or gives Aketsu a buff to plus to hit, then that's good night, Gracie.
Do you have bless, Whit?
what?
You have bless.
No, I don't think so.
You have bless?
Y'all, did y'all see that? The cat doing jungle gym?
I see a cat.
Hold on.
I see, cat on the counter, ass wiggling in your food.
Hey, that's what he's doing. He's just like up in your food. Hey, cat.
Kitty.
God bless. Interesting.
All right, so I'm just gonna do cure light wounds.
Okay, on whom?
Me.
Call. Got to keep you alive because otherwise you'll
10.
alive.
Oh, he was night. Well, he was wet. He must have licked himself.
That put you full up. Out of curiosity, would bull strength stack on top of
1d8 plus 3? 1? Can I have 3?
Does it say?
Oh,
No, it's already factored in.
Yeah,
already rolled for you as part of the text.
that cures 10 hit points.
Okay, sorry.
Don't be sorry. You're like 10, so you get full hits.
Yeah.
You don't? Alexander, what you doing?
Well, I probably should cast another spell because
Would be wise. Something else to mess with the Ketsu, perhaps. To dust.
yeah, I could blind him. Yeah.
Fairy fire on a Ketsu.
Well, I do have bull strength, but I don't know if that would stack with the
check to see if it's an enlargement bonus or a enhancement bonus. Bull strength is an enhancement bonus, right?
Right.
So
And enlarge does a.
Enlarge is chat's talking about it. It's just the bonus. His strength comes from his size, not from anything else. Right?
Oh, but it's a touch. Never mind.
You could run round.
As he's dying, like, oh, I'm gonna touch you.
Nope. I guess I am just going to crap. I'm going
You're going to crap.
I'm going to magic missile him because
Hey, you should do that.
pew. 6 points of force.
6 points. It rears back a little and takes 6 points of force damage from your little balls. It's not looking happy. Iketsu, it's you.
Ah! All right.
Is that an
Come
attack?
on. Come on, the gods of
I'm
war.
attacking it then.
Yeah, yes, that's what I do in this party. I stand in front of it.
Furious focus and doing a 17. That's 30 damage. That's great damage.
Did I hit it?
You swing at it and it just kind of dodges out of the way.
No!
Oh, I guess if I could move down here, I could actually touch a cat.
hold on a second. He didn't factor in his size bonus to hit.
It's all factored in.
Oh,
He's
enlarge.
got a buff on it.
Oh, that's the button he hit. Sweet.
Yeah, it's all factored in.
I rolled an 8. What the hell?
Still good, dude. You got +9 for heaven's sake. It's not a lie here. When you're enlarged, you're actually not that bad.
If I blinded him, he'd be a lot easier to hit. But it
And
didn't
it's
work.
So I'm still not sure what to do here. All right, I'm gonna go for broke. I'm gonna throw our one non-lethal damage thump grenade.
a thump grenade.
Yeah, fuck this guy. I
Hell
can't.
with
My bow's not gonna do enough damage, and he's not low enough for me to stab. So what else can I do?
Actually,
I can't
came
move.
down to attack a Ketsu. So he's probably only just hovering above the detritus at this point.
Right, but I'm
But you
gonna.
could get at him. You could stab him from there. He's within range for you.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he's just hovering above the detritus at this point. He came down to get into combat with a Ketsu.
With your
Yeah,
fancy
but-
adamantine weapons.
Yeah, but who cares? Like each of my attacks are gonna do like however much less damage. I'm throwing the grenade. I don't want Aketsu to get in range of it, but I think the radius is like 10 feet.
Technically, what you're doing there is a ranged attack within the threat range of a creature, so it will get an attack of opportunity if you throw the grenade.
Fair. I will. What?
Throw attacks? I think so. Maybe.
For what?
For thrown within a threat range.
I believe so.
I think it would be. I think it would be threatening.
I think it's a range.
Yeah.
Just
He would get an AoE on me. So if I make do I have to make a 5-foot step to attack with flank, or
Yes, you're not flanking it right now.
I just figured since he's so big, I don't know if I was flanking him or not.
Technically, they're not in each other's squares. They're probably next to each other at this point.
So I'll do
Let me clarify the battle space. He was above, so that's why they're kind of in each other's spaces. But they're probably. I'm not. Nothing's.
I
looking
hope
So
you
I'll-
don't take 5 points of damage.
Just move it. Yeah.
So I'll move 5 foot and.
Thank you, Chad. Everything's running super slow on my computer. I can't check out.
Yeah.
So yes, chat confirms that area of effect that grenades throwing is attacks of opportunity.
Oh yeah, I
If
figured
you're
that.
5 foot stepping, you need to make me a reflex save for half damage of moving through the detritus.
Do you have that? Don't take any damage if you make it for half.
Correct.
Thing?
Yep. And my
What's
reflexes.
that? No, that's evasion. That's if I throw a spell at you.
That's any reflex save, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Evasion is any reflex save.
Let's see.
Reflex for half. I think that.
No damage on a successful reflex save.
If anything allows you to save for half.
Yep.
That's pretty nice, considering.
Right. So,
See if you do a
plus
successful
9. I get a plus 9 on my reflex save. So,
roll
18.
a one.
Yeah, don't roll
Okay.
a 1.
Successfully move through the detritus.
Sweet. All right. So now I am going to stabby. All right. So plus
And then
7.
teabag him.
Let's find out.
So I'm typing this out because I'm not trusting this shit here. So 20 to hit
A 20 will hit him.
and a 16 probably misses, right?
16 will miss.
All right. So slash 1d6 plus 5 plus
Thorns.
I think I get. I don't get 3d6 yet, right?
Isn't detritus one
Ah,
of the
crap! I hit the button by accident. Hold on a second.
guys that fought the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, it's
What?
2d6.
Oh, never
so
mind.
there we go.
It's fine.
So 1d6 plus 5 plus 2d6 is 15 damage.
It's good damage. You stab at him. You stab at his dark heart with your adamantine weapons.
Correct.
Kind of squeals a bit and does not look very happy at you. The Manticore cries.
Actually, I need to retcon one thing here. The last attack I did, 16, does an 18 hit because I get a plus 2 to hit if it's dark, because it's a Drew Kite weapon.
Dark? You mean if it's nighttime?
Yes.
I think
Well,
18.
if dark, I don't know if it means if it's nighttime. It says
Unless
if
it's
it's-
glow
I think
enough
if
to cancel it.
yeah, if it's in the dark.
18 is a miss.
Okay, fair enough.
The Manticore screams and splatters green crap out of its mouth as it flies directly into the air.
Do I get an attack of opportunity?
Attack of
bit running one?
opportunity.
You don't get it, it's full retreating.
Ah,
No!
ouch.
Does
Yeah,
anybody?
right.
Can anybody have like a range attack and hit it?
There are ranged attacks. It's moving double movement. It's just flown 100 feet directly up.
That's within range.
But you can't see it, right?
Oh, well, we can see a giant green glowing
Glowing
target. Yeah.
The whole thing's not glowing. It's just the crap that comes out of its mouth.
That I don't know. That would seem like even Tatia would have a shot at it because it's
Really?
like in the dark, and here you go. It's like a firefly up there.
Want to try?
It's in range of magic missile if it gets to my turn, if it hasn't moved further.
Yeah, I think
So
that's
we've got Buligup, who can't do anything. Tatia, who's probably unable to do anything with 100 feet.
Mm-mm.
Alexander.
Your moonbeam doesn't have a 100-foot range.
30 feet. I think it's 30 feet. Is it 60 feet? Yeah, it's not far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kicking a magic missile off the wand.
Really? Damage.
10 points of force.
No DR.
Okay, it flies diagonally and upwards. It's 100 feet away regardless.
All right.
What do you mean? I don't.
Chat's saying it costs extra movement to fly straight up.
Well,
So
that's fine, but
flies-
his magic missile still hits it. He gets.
It does.
like
It's
100.
still 100 feet away.
Yeah.
What was the damage?
10.
You hear a sound, and then you hear a sound of crashing.
Yes!
What do you mean? Yes, it's going to land on you, punk
We're
ass.
moving fly straight up. And we're up and out. It's a steep but applicable angle, as per Pythagoras. Crashes down into the mounds of junk around the lair, somewhere off 100 feet into the darkness.
Which we'll recover later. Oh, goodness. Good job, Alexander.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I did some damage on it. I was trying to bring it to the ground. Stupid net. I'm going to piss on it.
So, do you want to do your careful movement through the thing to get to the cave, since you're able to move through this without taking damage, apparently?
Yeah, I don't even know if I can like take 20 or take 10 or tiptoe through the tulips and not take damage with my special ability or not. I want to try to avoid taking any damage.
Is there a way to move through this without taking any damage if we take our time?
No, there is not.
And is there like a big chunk of metal in the surrounding area that we could like lay over the stuff and make, paving stone?
I mean, given time, yes, you could clear the way. You could lay something over the top, but it will take hours and hours to do that.
Well, I guess it's better than us trying to kill ourselves, trying to get out of this.
Well, I mean, Tatia and I could try and climb across the rope. I probably want to.
And then everybody's going to end up falling in the pit, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have that evasion, so I'm just wondering if I take my time, does it count?
Wait, nobody wants to hear that. What? Yeah, technically you could evade, but you're going to have to make a roll every time.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I mean, you can move over. Yeah, take 20 on reflex ? I don't know.
I think you can't take 20 because there's a penalty for failure, but I think you can take 10 as long as it's not during combat. I think that's the rule.
Right.
So if I take 10 plus 9 is the DC 19, or like if if I take 10, my total's 19.
Right.
So
you mean is that enough to avoid the reflex? Yes, it is.
Right. So
That
then
will
I
give you
can
reflex for half.
I can
So
I
what
can
you're saying is you
my
can
way.
carefully pick your way through.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
While
I'm gonna
he's doing
say
that, I'm going to detect magic into the cave and around the nest.
Okay. How far does it go?
60 feet.
So about to the
So-
cave.
Yeah.
Can't take 10 on a saving throw as far as I know.
Oh,
Skill checks.
Mm.
So you will what? Make me 2 rolls and we'll see if you
He falls down, collapse.
I was trying to see take 10 on saving throws. I just thought if I was being careful about it.
I'm trusting chat.
All right.
Chat knows more than chat knows more about these obscure rules than I care to.
Sure. All right. So
Apparently flying up takes a fly check and is less for movement, but for story, flying upwards is more exciting.
23.
Enough.
And you said 1 roll or 2? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
2.
Oh, okay.
Get over there.
26.
Very good. You make your way over there. At the edge, about where you are, the detritus drops away into a cavern floor covered in. It's still more of it in here, but it's not as bad to move through.
All
The
right,
Ketsu
cool.
can probably actually step out.
Probably
Yeah,
can.
he's
You
now.
probably need to make one. If you want to do that, Aketsu, make me a reflex save and see if you take any damage. Not that it really
Yeah,
matters. But you'll be...
You've got the hit points.
Sure, I might as well just take that damage because it's not going to make a reflex save.
Try it. Right?
And now Kiernan gets to do that scouting on his own.
So you take D8 damage from climbing out.
D8.
Chat says they should have climbed on Aketsu's back and let him walk.
Yeah, because 5 hit points, I love to go solo with that. I'm totally going hide.
Hit points.
I'm doing a 28 stealth. I'm
Okay, you hide.
freaking invisible.
This cave is empty. Clearly some creature has lived here for a long time. This green ichor is lying on the ground.
I am going to. Did I have that radiation check because you had the spell?
I think
Yeah, I'm going to try the Geiger counter. Is it dangerous levels or?
It's clicking like crazy in here. Like crazy.
I assume it's got to have some treasure around here. Stuff it's eaten.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell people to come on in. There's nothing that I can see. The radiation is poking up.
Great.
Poking up really hard.
I need some healing.
So what? Everybody gonna jump on my back and we're just gonna go through while taking damage?
How long does enlarge last?
I've got a wire going across. I thought the enlarge was minutes, but
Yeah, enlarge. Oh, come on! I thought I threw it up on here.
it is 1 minute per
That's
level.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, still good. I mean, you could do it technically if you just kind of. I mean,
Yeah,
you
but
use
how we're gonna get back through? Like I'm gonna take more damage walking back through.
Well, I've got
Yeah,
this rope that goes over all of it, right? So
You
kind
and
of
your
planned
rope.
ahead. I
That's a
planned
death
ahead,
trap.
man. I had the net, I had the rope. I just didn't have the rolls, man. I had the ones.
rope's
That's
a
what I had.
death trap.
I had the curse of Iketsu today.
Curse of Iketsu.
The curse of
Oh, that would
Iketsu.
have been sweet if I actually rolled higher than a 17. I would have killed it. That right there.
But didn't you
I-
say it looked empty in the cave?
Well, okay, no, there's detritus here. You could search through it. There's stuff here to search through if you want to take time to do so.
Yeah, but I don't want to
Uh.
do it by myself, nor do I want to do it with radiation because I'm gonna
Well,
drop dead.
We can have Billy
Well,
Gup go through there.
I can't do anything about radiation.
Resist elements, nothing like that.
Nope.
I mean, I have resistance, but not a whole lot. I do have some.
I can detect radiation, but I can't protect from it yet.
Oh, so if we actually go in there, we might actually get sick.
Yeah, but he's already getting sick, so he might as well search and then
Oh,
come
hurry
back.
up. Are you searching, Bill?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, make me a perception check, please. You begin to search.
$30. Holy
30.
shit! Bang.
I'm not joking about the detritus. No, there's definitely detritus here.
Said there
Dude,
was
dude.
no detritus. What are you talking about?
So
He's not a troll.
there's always detritus wherever you go. Nobody's floors are perfectly clean.
That seemed to
right.
be important information if I'm going to take damage while walking around. But yeah,
I like how chat would like to give you lockjaw on top of radiation poisoning.
and tetanus. Don't forget tetanus.
Hey, I used to be an archaeologist. I know how dangerous sharp and terrible rusty metals can be.
Oh, absolutely.
And there's the Ebola needle.
No, there's a needle filled with Numerian fluids. Bill, roll the check. No.
It injects 4
Let's
pints into you.
do it. I'll become immortal.
In one corner of the room, you find a rusted iron coffer.
Ooh.
Right. I think I want to. If I think that that's pretty much it, I think I want to get out of here with it as opposed to dicker around with it right now.
Okay. You grab it and you go.
Yes. Gonna try to get on the rope and get across.
Man, Hal, I had a whole RP scenario if I actually got that hit and killed it.
Maybe next time, Tim, eh? David.
Okay, so
Acrobatics.
so can I take 10 on it or
No, you can
Skill
fall
check.
in. If you fall in that crap, there's no real evading that. So it's a skill check.
all right, let me see. Acrobatics you said?
You can't take. Yeah, there's a consequence of you failing, which is falling in the junk.
Sure. 11 with a rope.
Yeah.
Can we toss a rope to him before he climbs so that if he falls into the stuff, we can just
I
drag
don't
him
know,
out?
it's like we're not in combat and I'm taking my time. I guess
Make
it's
me a reflex save, Bill.
all right. God damn it. Screw you, Kyle. God damn it.
Terrible rolls tonight.
Come on, this is where you're supposed to shine.
Yeah, exactly. 27.
You start to edge across the rope and you slip, but catch yourself and make your way across.
Oh, jeez.
Hi-yo!
Sneak, shimmy, shimmy. I meant
gonna
to do
cast
that.
detect magic
Bill
on
has
him
a
as he's
small. Kiernan has a small coffer with him.
detect magic.
There's probably magic inside it. You think?
I will do a detect
I
trap.
love it says small rusted iron coffer, and then you look at what's in it, and you're like, how small is this coffer? Picture it something like this big.
Foot locker, you know.
Oh, maybe, but
A coffer can be
Coffer.
like 3 feet by 2 feet. You know, it could be pretty
Yeah,
big.
Coffin.
like a small chest, right?
Right.
Yeah, but not 6 inches or whatever. It could be any
Jewelry
size.
box,
But
you know.
yeah,
I like that. Chat thinks you should be hurrying up because there's radiation here.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm
Okay.
gonna try. I'm gonna search for traps.
Okay, roll it.
Get a +2 to this roll. Oh, actually, I'll just 22.
Okay, you don't think it's trapped.
All right, let's open it then.
Okay,
What the hell just
unlock it.
happened?
there is no lock.
Oh.
Click.
It
Let's
is
open it
very,
up.
very rusty. Oh, as in you can't open it without a strength check.
All righty.
Oh,
Hey, I'm not.
okay.
I'm not.
Weird. Weird. It's like that scene in the Gamers where the wizard comes up and opens it.
Yeah. I make a mighty 6. No, so let's like Ketsu.
all right.
Lift with the back, Aketsu.
I should do it.
11.
Kestu doesn't open it either. Would you like to let Anita? Would you like? That's not going to work either. Would you like to let the lady?
She's pretty beefy. I had a +1 to strength. I wasn't used to
Strength check. Oh, you're not getting any treasure from this fight. You're just gonna have to leave it here for someone strong.
We'll drag it back to
Take the heavily irradiated, tetanus-ridden box back with you to town.
Can I do a disable device to pop the latch and just take the lid off?
You have a crow.
Yeah, I do actually. I actually do have a crowbar.
The big man with this humongous axe is like, I can't open this tiny thing.
I got a crowbar signed by Gordon Freeman.
Might want to check chat.
That's where you take 20.
Let's go.
Well, I didn't know you could take 20 on a whatever.
All right. Eventually, you get the top off. 6 hours later, you find the treasure.
6 hours.
How many teeth do we lose from the radiation during that time?
Well, I mean, ultimately, you're stood next to an irradiated box for 20 minutes, right? If you take 20 or whatever. But okay, inside the box that caused you many problems. This whole area has caused you problems. I'm just saying. But
Yeah.
you did kill the Manticore, so that's a good thing. You find 250 gold pieces.
Thing, are you capturing this in the party inventory, or shall I? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
There is a very nicely made iron dagger.
A nicely made what dagger?
Iron dagger. Iron.
Detect magic?
It's not magical.
Okay.
The magical items in this chest are the battle axe I'm about to explain to you, and a ring that's in there. So there is a battle axe which is magical.
I will attempt to spellcraft it. Because I like standing around here.
The chat says they've never seen anyone go through this gracefully. This is a pretty bad setup, honestly, and it encourages you to take it at lower than the CR of the encounter. The setup is in advantage of the monster.
Exactly, but I don't think we did horrible. I think the dice were not with us and we still prevailed barely, but I think we did it right.
Right? I mean, if I'd rolled better on the Manticore, I think Aketsu would have been dead or full of irradiation.
27 spellcraft on the battle axe.
It's a +1 battle axe.
Ooh. And on the ring.
Okay, there's a ring.
32 spellcraft.
Yeah.
He knows everything. Where it was made. Who owned it.
It's a ring of the ram, and it has 17 charges, just so I don't have to keep track of them.
Ah.
That's always a fun one.
Could help Aketsu with porculuses. Or porculi?
Yeah.
Is that plural for porculin?
It's a door opener.
Additionally, in the chest, there is a silver armband with inset pearls.
That's not magical. That's just jewelry, essentially.
Twitch crashed?
No, I see it. It's still
No.
running for me.
Oh, it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
All right, silver armband with inset pearls.
And you also find an EMP pistol, which you recognize
Ooh.
vast technological skills. And it has 9 charges.
Buligup and Buligup has no ranged, and there is an anti-robot.
He does have a good dexterity. That'd be a perfect gun for him, right? He just EMP the robots and beat them to death. It also does not say this is time worn.
Holy shnikes.
A what?
That might be
Just
something I could
says
use.
An EMP pistol.
You said a time wand?
Time
Time.
wand.
It's where things have been around for thousands of years and don't work properly. Most of the technological items in this adventure are time worn, which means you can't recharge them, so you only get a limited number of charges.
Oh, time worn. Okay, gotcha.
And they have a chance of glitching.
Vintage.
Oh yeah, it's their vintage. That's right.
Yeah, but this is not that. This is a whiz
Yeah, it
bang.
doesn't say it's time worn, so you have an EMP pistol that is not time worn, which is
Which
crazy.
is worth a great chunk of cash, too.
Right.
EMP pistol, what's it worth?
Like 12 grand.
I'm not going to try to display the items because, quite frankly, I think it might crash everything because we're teetering on the wire right now.
True.
Do we want to try and track down the Manticore and retrieve its head or anything to prove our feat, or just? I mean,
Yes.
people
Yes.
probably saw it crash.
Yes, because I want to do my RP moment.
Yeah, we
Shut-
also want this scrap worth for it.
Oh, holy crap, that thing's worth a lot of money. Does good damage, though.
Yeah.
Wow, that is a lot of money.
It's a big fight.
Oh, it's a nice item. Half cost, it's still worth a bunch. Nice. You can recover the Manticore, but I think we should eventually get this stream going because we're losing frames and staggering along.
That sounds
think-
good.
I think it's the net. So let's give you XP. Tim, are you okay to do the arrival of the dead Manticore at the start of the next session?
Yes.
Okay, let's do you XP and let's get you out of this stream before everything collapses around our ears.
Sounds good.
And an IU dagger.
Ioun dagger. It floats around our heads.
Ooh.
They did have a goblin tech slinger in the party, but currently not playing the game. So yes, currently they are not getting the opportunity of having lots and lots of guns that they can use real well. That's like if you don't have a gunslinger, you're missing a trick.
If I ever
So-
become a technomage, I can use it a little bit.
That's true. With a technomage, you get proficiency in firearms.
Yeah, technomancer.
Okay. So you will actually be able to use it as a technomancer. So at least that's something. Save the good guns, just in like a big bandolier. A threat later. What's your dex like? It's probably in the toilet, is it?
No, my dex is decent because I wanted the AC bonus and stuff. so
Very good. So you might actually be a reasonable shot with a pistol.
yeah, I'm +3 on the dex.
It's better than nothing. Okay,
That's
so
not horrible.
you killed a horrifying mutant Manticore. Horrifying mutant Manticore was a challenge rating 6 encounter and therefore gives you 2,400 experience.
It was a challenge 6,
Ooh.
like in a closed room. It's freaking
It's
out
tough.
outdoors
tough.
with giant
environment,
spiky
yeah.
floor, and the floor was lava game was not fun.
It is a lot. Let's not lie. It's a lot like that. Also, additionally, because you did, I don't think, did we give you the reward for Severoth Slade and the Steelhawks last session? I don't think we did.
I don't think we did just the fight.
Successfully made friends and an alliance with the Steelhawks for defeating Bird Food for Severoth. You get an additional 2,400 experience.
All right.
Nikes.
And additionally, Also get an additional 2,000 experience,
Oh,
which is what you would have got had you defeated Sephiroth and the Brigands. Chat is correct. This is not a challenge rating 6 encounter. It's a challenge rating 6 creature in a challenge rating something else encounter.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's a bunch of experience, kids.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
6,800.
Yep. Divided 5 ways, that gives us 1360.
It's good. You must be getting close.
Close, not quite there, but
What's your total?
13,060.
yeah,
Say again.
13,060. Or sorry, 1,360.
I can't even open Buligup at this point. So
Takes us to 13,440, 13,405.
that's pretty good. Close.
Cool.
Oh, I've got to keep track of your scrap worth.
Yeah.
Your
Would
crap
you
worth.
say what was our speed now? 13 what?
13,405 is our total.
Pretty good.
What do we need?
It's a
15?
tough fight. I found
15.
There's a lot of tough fights in this adventure.
So what we really have to do is haul the Manticore back in town and throw a barbecue for all the
Please eat this dangerously irradiated Manticore.
It's spicy,
Why
extra
not?
spicy Manticore
Yeah.
strips.
Would you
Fun trip.
like ranch or blue cheese with that wing?
Exactly.
With a side of green ooze.
I think some of those needles might be worth something, right? Put them in a lead box.
I mean, the irradiated part, the actual Manticore itself is irradiated. It literally drew. Its
Joy.
bite is the part that's really dangerous for radiation. So the spikes technically are not irradiated as badly as its bite is. Its bite
So
is.
Iketsu can carry it back because what's mutation going to do to him?
Exactly. Might improve things. I don't know. It's nuts.
A little cruel, but funny. It's funny. I like that. Radiation. It's not good. It's a big fort save, and it's con drain and all kinds of terrible strength drain, and
Ooh.
it's bad. It's bad. It's really bad.
Eventually, I can get spells to help with cleaning radiation, but not yet.
So how do you think we did on this encounter? Like, I'm just curious if like there was other ways to like safely encounter this.
Like I say, it seems like Mark of the Dragon in chat has seen this encounter multiple times and made the encounter made the comment that no one gets through this encounter without it being a complete mess. The setup of the encounter is incredibly difficult for anybody of any level. You're going to take damage, but I think the idea is just getting in and fighting it is part of the key. The danger in the terrain and taking damage from the terrain is less of a risk than standing back and letting it pepper the shit out of you for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So jumping in is probably, or running away. I guess that's always an option, but it could chase you down.
Well, I was thinking it was just going to chase us down. Running away wasn't so much an option, really.
I rolled a natural 20 and jumped in. It's from the dumbest thing. I was like, oh yes, please Tim. Please Tim. Yeah, you
No,
jumped
but
in,
hey,
all right.
fortune favors the bold. I did the same thing. It's like we could have died, like I took ass loads more damage, but
That's why I figured that enlarging Iketsu was the right move, at least, because I could
Smart.
pepper it with spells for ages and not do nearly the
crap,
damage once
dude.
he was already in
and it
there.
was self-preservation because you're like, hey, bigger target, not Alexander. Don't attack Alexander.
I want to say the fourth book of this adventure path seems to have some interesting fights in it as well. From what I
Ooh.
Interesting as in
And
TPK.
ultimately, in fact, every one of these books has interesting fights in it.
Well, I mean, even the first book when we fought that Blindheim right off the bat, and it like
Blindheim, creature number 1. Here we go. Bah! Everybody's blind. What? No, stop that.
Oh, those stupid imps we couldn't hit like crazy until I managed to put them to
they
sleep.
were gremlins, and they had
Gremlins,
DR.
yeah.
It's like tink. They couldn't hurt you either because they're like tiny and doing 1 hit point around.
Well, yeah, but if they didn't teleport away after we killed one of them, we would have TPK'd because they would have just kept mowing over us.
Yeah,
So-
but then I managed to knock them all asleep at a distance.
That's right. Poof.
Yeah, we just exactly. It's like, hey, I see movement. Sleep.
There are some interesting fights in this adventure. It's definitely a tough one for an adventure path.
Yeah, But
I
I
guess
like
that's the point, right? I mean, I'm getting a very, very kind of dark sunish feel from this. You know, there's like clans and danger, and everybody needs to be slightly higher level, and there's a chance of dying in the wilderness, and there's
Yeah.
probably insect men that want to eat you. And
it would definitely be bad in our injured and spell-drained state if we got jumped by some smilers or something on the way back.
the second Manticore.
Yeah. Where's my mate? I was coming back to radiation
That'd be
cure.
pretty cool, like getting bull strength and then getting
Hortense, where are you, Hortense?
big.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet. Hey, so
I've got
when do we get to
a few
attack
bucks for that.
twice? That'd be pretty cool.
When do you get to attack twice
6th
soon.
level.
6th level for you.
Oh man, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
Well, you get to attack twice.
Yes, that's awesome.
Yeah, but then the monsters are going to get to attack 3 times.
Yeah, and they'll pull out new tricks. They won't just be blinding you and things. That's where your DR-25 comes in.
Yeah.
That's where next level when I get fireball, I cast fireball as I'm fleeing away.
On everybody else, so you're pre-cooking them for the monsters.
Well, and to cover the tracks, it's like, oh, he must have disappeared in that great burst of flame, you know.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in Moria? Oh shit.
All right, looks like Wit's about to fall asleep or eat us all.
Oh my God, sorry.
I know what I vote for.
All that drugging, and then I got like, I'm so tired.
He's a perv. Chat, thank you so much for the help tonight. You've been awesome. Visit us on the website, visit us on the Discord and everywhere else that there's talking on the internet. And hope you have a great time and come see us again.
Yep, thanks for being on Twitch, guys. Made it fun
Bye,
tonight.
y'all.
Night. See you next week, maybe.